this as our opportunity to look at the height of the tourism season and what our plans and readiness are for it. So I'd like to sincerely thank everybody who's made themselves available and who's attended today, because of course what we want to see is growth within our tourism sector, and I think that's important to each stakeholder in this room. So again, thank you very much for attending. With that, I have not received any apologies, and I'd also just like to offer an opportunity.
Just give me a chance then.
Joining.
If we can just mute. All right, I'd like to offer everyone in the room, firstly, an opportunity to introduce themselves, starting with the member, and then we'll go online and offer those online an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Chair, and good morning to all the colleagues. My name is Khalil Barankais, and I'm a member of the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Ilse van Skalkwyk. I'm the Chief Director at DDAT, responsible for sector support.
Good morning, Chair and members. Jacques Stolz, Director of Tourism at DDAT.
Morning, Chair, members. Rashid Taufi. I'm the Deputy Director General with Tourism within my ambit. Thank you.
Good morning, Tobam Nabe from AXA Airport as a Group CIO. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, all. I'm Mark Butline, Regional General Manager for Cluster 2.
Guests at the back, if you'd like to introduce yourselves, you're welcome to stand up and project or come to the mic, whichever you're more comfortable with.
Taking the opportunity to be here.
Good morning. My name is Johan Adams, also from Hermet. Thank you very much for the.
I'm Angelo. I'm also from Hermet, and I just wanted to say it's awesome India.
I'm Jeffrey February. I'm also from Hermet. Thank you for everything.
You're very welcome. We haven't introduced our procedural officer.
Good morning, Zaid Adams, Procedural Officer.
Okay, and I'll now hand over to those online, starting with Minister Wenger, and then over to the members.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Lovely to be with you this morning. My name is Mireille Wenger. I'm the Provincial Minister responsible for finance and economic opportunities.
Good morning, Chair. Andrikus van der Westhuizen.
Morning, Chairperson, and to the Minister and to the rest of the members. I'm Lulama Mvimbi. I'm the alternate. I'm standing in for Honorable Ngondo.
Thank you. Are there any other members online before we proceed to officials?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, honorable members. Mbulelo Isaac Selegu.
Thank you very much. So we'll now proceed to allow the officials online to introduce themselves. Just as a house rule, for those who are joining online, if you could please keep yourselves muted and turn your video off unless called upon to speak. Just makes it a bit easier for the flow of our meeting. And we will have an opportunity for questions towards the end where we can use the raise hand function to indicate any questions. I'll now hand over to the officials online to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Velile Dube. I'm Head of Department, Economic Development and Tourism. Happy to be here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues, the MEC. My name is Zakele Twala. I'm in the Transport Department dealing with civil aviation. Thank you.
Elizabeth, is there anyone else who would like to introduce themselves online?
Yes, Chair. Can you see my face, Chair?
Yes, perfect.
My name is Mweketi Sikudo. I'm with Mr. Zakele Twala from the Department of Transport, but I will be making a presentation on NPTR issues. Thank you so much.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Ronald Stander, and I'm the CEO of Westgrow.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Monica Ewell. I'm the Chief Destination Marketing Officer also at Westgrow, looking after tourism.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Jean Skeltsman, the Chief Marketing and Innovation Officer at Westgrow. Lovely to be here.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Sandy Swetwabe. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at Westgrow. Lovely to be here. Thanks.
Are there any further individuals online who'd like to introduce themselves? If not, then we'll proceed with our agenda. I see none. All right. With that, I would just like to remind the delegation who's here today in person and online that there are multiple presentations that are going to be made. So we're going to try and keep the briefings as succinct as possible so we can also allow for a discussion thereafter. And with that, I would like to hand over to the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, as well as Westgrow, who are now going to brief us on their tourism readiness plan for 2023-24 tourism season, their expectations in terms of readiness for the upcoming season, and their expectations in terms of how well they'll perform. So I think I'll possibly hand over to the Minister first, and then she can hand over accordingly.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to tee up the presentation, if I may, I'd firstly like to thank the committee for convening this very important meeting. It's very important that we can plan and prepare for the upcoming summer season. The good news is that Western Cape tourism has not only recovered from the pandemic, but is now truly growing. Last week, we had the annual review of the Cape Town Air Access, and in the last year, 7 new flights with 7 new routes are now coming to Cape Town. And I'm very pleased to share with the committee that we now have 15 African destinations directly into and from Cape Town. Last year alone, tourists visiting the Western Cape generated 24.3 billion rand and supported 10,600 jobs. So we can understand how important tourism is to job creation. And as I always say, more tourists mean more jobs. And so with the excellent work that's been done by the Cape Town Air Access team, and here I'd really like to say thank you to the team and all the partners that make this happen, most notably Westgrow, DDAT, Cape Town International Airport, the V&A Waterfront, and our other private sector partners. What we're happy to share with the committee today is that international seat capacity is expected to surge by an impressive 25% for our summer season. 25% surge in international seat capacity, which means we're gearing up for a truly bumper summer season. And given the context and the contribution that tourism makes to economic development and job creation, we can see how this is a unique opportunity that we have here. And so while this is good news, it also means that we need to have careful and proper planning to make sure that all the stakeholders online and in the room today, as well as the industry as a whole, can plan and prepare. Because what we want to do is make sure that every visitor is warmly welcomed, has a wonderful and memorable stay in the Western Cape and South Africa, and of course that they come back and share their stories with their friends, and in that way we can generate even more numbers of tourism. I'd also just briefly like to link it to the Western Cape government's economic growth strategy called Growth for Jobs. Our goal and our vision is to develop a R1 trillion Western Cape economy that is resilient, thriving, and inclusive, and growing at between 4 and 6% by 2035. One of the pillars to achieve this goal and vision is, of course, exports, and tourism sits directly in that pillar as an export. And what we'd like to do is double tourism by 2035, because we certainly have the potential, and we know that it will help to contribute to job creation in our province. And there again, we need partners. All the partners in the room today, we also need to open our skies so that our air access team can help to land more flights and direct flights into Cape Town, so that more visitors from around the world can truly experience all that is on offer in the Western Cape and, of course, South Africa. So with that, as some introductory remarks, I'll hand over to the team. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Good morning, Chair. The presentation from DDAT will be made by Ilse van Skalkwyk after such a wonderful tee-off by our Minister. I think it is quite exciting for all of us, particularly supporting this sector. Not only do we see it as an opportunity to welcome and make sure that our visitors are secure, but you also see it as an opportunity to link it to the opportunity to let these visitors, when they go back, they can also be ambassadors for the Western Cape, but also become an opportunity for all of us to make sure that we not only become a destination for holidaying, but a destination for investment as well. So the Chair would like to present to you our plans to demonstrate how ready we are for this bumper season, as aptly described by our Minister. Over to you, Ilse.
There we go. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Minister and HOD, for such a good setting of the scene. So to start off, just to note that we did our first season readiness presentation last year when we were really very much out of COVID, but following certain constraints in terms of the tourism industry, specifically in our winter, but what was experienced in terms of the northern hemisphere, where there was different constraints in different parts of the sort of, whether it was baggage handling or skills, etc. It was sort of legacy effects that we were coming out of COVID. And in South Africa, and specifically in the Western Cape, we were really trying to say, what do we put in place as measures to be season ready in particular? And as ministers noted, we've really come through the what we say the 2019 figures, which is really our baseline, up to where we are now, where we're really much in terms of growth, which is very, very good to note. And the content of today's presentation from the department side, which will be then also followed by Westgrow, we will be focusing on destination readiness, visitor safety, destination accessibility, so access, and then workforce readiness pertaining to skills. So in that order, with regards to destination readiness, we will be hosting a summer readiness dialogue, and Minister will host this annually. This will be our second dialogue on the 19th of October to discuss key issues facing the industry and in anticipation of a busy tourism season. We are targeting about plus minus 60 representatives of different types of organizations to attend the event, and our focus will be on air and cruise access, tourism safety, skills, visas, and more. So this is our commitment and partnership agreement with the industry and at large in terms of what are we doing, what are they doing in terms of readiness as a whole. Talking about visitor safety. So of course, tourism safety is always top of mind. Very much what HOD Dube mentioned with regards to when visitors leave the country, if they've had any negative experience or whether they've been a victim of crime or other aspects like whether you've lost your passport, etc. This team really assists them in terms of that whatever that experience or incident might be. 250 tourism monitors will be deployed across the Western Cape. This is an initiative by the Department of Tourism, TBCSA and DDAT who have identified hotspots which will be prioritised. So this is I think it's about the third year that the tourism monitors will be deployed. This year, what will be different is that they are going to be trained and equipped with certain digital and tech apps like Secura, as well as Seymour tracking devices. They'll also be receiving support from TBCSA and SATSA through a Tourism Angels network. So what we've seen from a tourism safety perspective, where we've always had this program in the Western Cape, we're really seeing other provinces and national, as well as private sector organizations such as SATSA stepping in. They're seeing the value and they're contributing. So the resources, the support that's been crowded into the tourism safety space is very, very heartening. The Department of Tourism has also secured the commitment from SAPS in terms of police reservists who will be available during the summer season to assist with tourism safety. So this is across the country. Then with regards to some of the provincial initiatives that we are undertaking, so 20 Chrysalis graduates have been deployed by the Department of Community Safety as tourism safety officers in Cape Town at key hotspots. DDAT convenes a tourism safety forum, which has representation from public and private sectors across the 6 different districts. We've, as we mentioned, we're also preparing a tourism season readiness plan, which sets out protocols to be followed in case of major incidents. In the case of serious incidents, a communication task team is activated, whether it's through our online platform or it's just having the right people in the room if there's any incident that occurs. And then DDAT staff are participating in a SATSA tourism safety WhatsApp group and activates the tourism in distress program when needed. Again, it's just linking with the private sector if there's anything with regards to a tour operator where they've got a visitor that's in distress. To continue in terms of our tourism in distress program, as you know, DDAT has a tourism safety unit that responds to any international tourist that is in distress. So the unit, of course, will be operational during the summer season. Support often includes medical, emotional trauma. We often visit tourists in hospital or their family. We assist with short-term temporary accommodation, help with basic necessities where possible, contacting family, facilitating counselling. We also liaise with the different consular corps, assisting with opening cases with SAPS, etc. So again, this unit, and it's being marketed widely. We also distribute tourism safety tips across the province to create ongoing awareness of this particular program. This is also done in where it's added value in Cape Town, where we do this in collaboration with Band-Aid, which is the Cape Town Tourism's initiative, and we dovetail with them here, and then DDAT also provides this level of support across the province for the tourism in distress program. Then with regards to other initiatives, also about the awareness, as I mentioned, this is examples of our, and you can't, it's actually better online than on our screen in front of us, but this is some of the collateral that we prepare and we update annually in terms of our tourism safety tips. Very much with this, we don't necessarily want to highlight the negative aspect, but it's about behavior change with regards to whether you're in an ATM, whether you're on a beach. We often experience or pick up the incidents with visitors when they're visiting Table Mountain. They don't take water or anything warm. So the tourism safety tips are different based on different themes, based on our data in terms of incidents. It gets distributed, as I mentioned, to SAP's office, to all the tourism LTOs, etc., etc. And then, of course, in addition to this, with Westgrow, they've got the Safe Travels website, which has been updated to ensure that the content remains fresh. So that's a place where we upload content as well as on the Western Cape Government website. So visitors and private sector can download and use the collateral accordingly. This talks about our awareness campaign. So during the summer season, we will be again running a communication campaign to reiterate, similar to the safety tips, but it's got a bit of a 2-step process. It also highlights things to do and see in the Western Cape, but as well as the behavior change aspect. For example, explore the scenic routes of Cape Town, but don't carry all your valuables, passports, or large sums of cash with you, which is something we see quite often in the CBD. So as I mentioned, different themes, different types of behavior change that we want to highlight from a comms perspective. And then this is an example of some of the outdoor comms activations that will be taking place. So as I mentioned, and this has calmed down a lot, but ATMs was a concern for a number of years with regards to people being scammed at ATMs or visitors being told you have to pay a permit to cross a street because there's a film activity happening, etc., etc. So this is some of the work that's available for some of our other private partners like the SID to use from an outdoor perspective in terms of a visual reminder for visitors in terms of safety tips. Then, of course, the Tourism Safety Law Enforcement Unit, which is done in collaboration with the City of Cape Town. So 8 dedicated officers are deployed at key hotspots across the west or across Cape Town, namely CBD, Table Mountain, Signal Hill, V&A Waterfront, and the Boerkaap. And they are patrolled every day. I am in a WhatsApp group with all these gentlemen, so I feel like often like a supervisor, or I watch what they do. But it's amazing what you see, that they're not just law enforcement officers. They look quite cool. They've got shorts on in summer. They ride bikes up up Table Mountain in terms of the Signal Hill. But they are also distributing safety tips. So as much as they're law enforcement officers, they are often tourism ambassadors, which is amazing in terms of the feedback we get from visitors, which is an example of the picture that's here with regards to a hiking group that they interact with. And then, of course, the work that's been done by the Cape Town CCID. So they are installing additional equipment, for example, patrolling areas like the CBD and V&A Waterfront, which is high tourism volume areas. So they've got front-facing body cameras. That's going to be standard practice now across their teams, as well as they are having to increase the number of their security personnel with new patrol vehicles to make sure they improve their response time for different incidents. Then moving on to destination accessibility. So access is key with regards to summer season readiness, as Minister mentioned. And one of the aspects that we are talking about is visas. So the Western Cape key source markets do not need visas. It's limited to 90 days or less. The Department of Home Affairs has missed its own deadline, unfortunately, for the introduction of remote work. So I'm looking forward to that feedback today in terms of the remote work visa. And DDAT has appointed a service provider to benchmark South Africa against competitor destinations and to model the economic benefits that can be realized for South Africa through visa reform in particular. That research is currently underway, and it's one of our flagship projects in terms of G4J. Then with regards to air and cruise accessibility and season readiness, the Cape Town Air Access and Cruise Cape Town teams have planned a series of events and activations to support the airlines and cruise ships returning to the provinces this season, or to the province this season. Apologies. Sorry, I think you can't see it. Just give me a second. It says poor network quality. Just give me a second. Apologies. There we go. So let me just close this. Apologies, we just lost network connection there for a second. As was noted by Minister in terms of the air access event that happened last week, which announced the different routes, but Wesgro's presentation, Renal and the team will give more detail in terms of the activities of both air access and Cruise Cape Town. 41 learners funded by DDAT will be placed at Cape Town International Airport, which is a partnership between us and AXA, to assist with general tasks in and around the airport. And then tourism safety monitors will also be deployed at the CTIA, as well as the cruise terminals in terms of the V&A Waterfront to assist with general tasks, etc. So dealing with that, making sure there's enough hands on deck when there's a ramp up in the season is quite key. Then with regards to the tourism vehicle operating licenses, we continue to monitor the progress with regards to this particular function, with regards to issuing of tourism vehicle operating licenses by the National Public Transport Regulator. To note, a moratorium or amnesty has been introduced to prevent traffic police from harassing tourist vehicles owners for not having a valid operating license, and that is still in place currently as we stand. So we get our regular updates in terms of where we are with regards to this, and we're looking forward to the feedback from the department on this as well. Then in terms of workforce readiness, so this really is dealing with skills. What we saw post-COVID, as was noted last year, is very much sort of in different parts of the industry, skill shortage. People left the industry and we needed to retrain and reintroduce people in different parts of the hospitality sector. So DDAT convenes a tourism skills forum. This was an outcome of the last year tourism season readiness dialogue. The forum is made up of industry bodies, TVET colleges, and other skills partners. Quarterly meetings are held.
Apologies, if we can just address the feedback issue there.
Okay. The forum is a clearinghouse for bridging the skills gap and linking skills supply and demand. So it's not just dealing with the industry saying these are the skills that we need, but it's also linking to the TVET colleges, etc., in terms of helping us making sure that that training is happening on the supply side. 20 learners started on the 1st of December at Boschendal to assist with hospitality-related tasks. 200 learners commenced on the 1st of September at ISIS Cafe as in terms of training for waiters, runners, and other hospitality-related activities. Chrysalis graduates are available to the industry to assist with entry-level skills needed. So this is also sort of a culmination of different skills, activities, and partnership that's happening across the province to help meet the skills gap. Then DDAT assisted with regards to, we're literally in the midst of this, is our customer care training for frontline staff. So during the course of September and October, we are training 150 hospitality frontline workers in customer service. This was again identified as one of the gaps by the industry at last year's tourism season readiness dialogue. The training is CATHSETA accredited. There are 6 groups that will be training in Cape Town, North and South, Langebaan, Saldanha, Piketberg, Hermanus, and Bredasdorp. Then the tourist training and registration. So DDAT, in partnership with the City of Cape Town, has trained 38 tourist guides in Cape Town. Some of these guides previously guided illegally as they did not have the appropriate qualifications. So for us, it's quite important that it's not just about the enforcement and the hard side of illegal guiding, but that we actually work with the guides in the particular areas to get them to be accredited, making sure that the experience of the visitor is at the right level, because we can bring as many tourists to our shore. If the experience doesn't live up to the expectations, it harms our image and our and getting return visitors to South Africa and the Western Cape. The training is CATHSETA accredited, and participants are from Langa, Athlone, Mitchells Plain, Hanover Park, Mfuleni, Khayelitsha, Hout Bay, Nyanga, and Robben Island. A 2-day tourist guide boot camp will also take place in October. And what we're trying to do here is expand it, because most tour guides are sole proprietors, meaning they are business owners. So the boot camp is all about capacity building in terms of the business of guiding. And as the Western Cape has the most guides in terms of any province in the country, this is quite a big part of our, not just in terms of tourism destination readiness, but also in terms of entrepreneurship development. So it is expected that DDAT will register nearly 1,200 tourist guides, taking note that when we register them, we have a quarterly target in terms of this. The permit is valid for 3 years. So we've got 1,200 for this year. So we've just close to 5,000 guides in the province that are registered. The application process is also fully digitized. Then in terms of the initiatives that's been undertaken in collaboration with the National Department of Tourism, one is the Food Safety Quality Assurance Skills Training Program. 42 unemployed youth from Hermanus and Gansbaai have successfully graduated this program. And in terms of the wine service training program, 49 unemployed youth from Hermanus and Drakenstein have successfully graduated. Again, this is quite key, especially with regards to the gastronomy strategy that's being driven from National. And that is it from my side, Chair. I don't know if I can hand over to Westkrow and then we can take questions.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Sorry, apologies. Can I just get an indication of who will be presenting from Westkrow?
I think we'll hand over to Renal first.
To Renal, okay.
Okay, good morning, Chair. I hope that I'm audible, and good morning, members and colleagues from. Right, thank you very much. We were a bit concerned we wouldn't be audible. So we're going to do a little bit of a tag team this morning. But thank you very much for the opportunity. As the members are aware, Westkrow has 3 mandates: tourism, trade and investment promotion and facilitation for the province. This morning, we are obviously focusing on tourism readiness for the upcoming season. We are very, very conscious of the important role that tourism plays as a critical lever for economic growth. And we continue to focus on tourism within the Westgrow family together with DDAT because of the multiplier effect, the labour absorption intensity, as well as tourism's ability to generate opportunities for SMMEs. We deliver on our tourism mandate across a few departments, and this morning I want to just summarise what we're going to be sharing with you. The first point, and it's really just an amplification because ministers also shared this, we are no longer talking about recovery, rather we're talking about growth. We have campaigns underway internationally and plan to launch the domestic campaign shortly. We're actively taking the Western Cape to the world and engaging on trade platforms globally. Right now, we have a team covering the full extent of the United States just before the next tourism season. Excellent work is being done to convene the tourism players across the ecosystem responsible for delivering the tourism value proposition in market. And Westgrow has been working together with DDAT to assist with the removal of barriers, unlocking of opportunities, and of course, some of the risk mitigation associated with the upcoming season. We are seeing great recovery also in the business tourism space, and we are particularly encouraged by the return of in-person conferences and the return of medium to large-sized business events. And in relation to what Minister said, we're also going to be covering the catalytic interventions, which at the moment includes Cape Town air access as well as Cruise Cape Town. And these are just two examples of public-private partnerships, and these catalytic interventions have had a huge impact on the Western Cape economy. But first, I'm going to ask Jean to deal with some of the work that we're doing in the destination marketing space. Thank you, Jean.
Thank you very much, CEO.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning again to the members. So, Khadija, if we can go on. So currently we have an international campaign running in two important source markets for us. That's the Never Ending Tourist campaign, which we have presented to the members before. This is running in the US and the UK. It is the most successful international campaign to date for us. And really we are building the consideration in key tourism source markets. We're using the voices of diaspora, so it's those who came to the destination, fell in love with it and never left. And this is really the call to action to fellow countrymen back home. In the US, we have seen more than 7 million US users reached, and we have won multiple awards for this international campaign. An exciting announcement to the members is that this week we were also alerted to the fact that we have taken a gold Grand Prix in Spain on the SIFT circuit for the Never Ending Tourist campaign series. And really, this is the international tourism benchmark, and so we are quite thrilled about that. Thank you, Khadija. Moving on, we have an example of how we leverage partnerships for greater impact. This is a partnership between South African Tourism UK and Westgrow, and we ran it during a peak booking period for summer. The funding was like for like, so 50-50% match. And really, we've exceeded our KPIs in this campaign too. So double the impressions that we had estimated, double the targeted engagements, and 4 times the reach and video views. And so we look to how we can further use strategic partnerships to really land the Western Cape value proposition in important source markets for us. And it's an example of smarter ways to market. In other words, doing more with less and seeing if we can still achieve great impact, which we have here. And also an example of sweating the assets of collateral that's already built so that we get the full mileage out of the spend. Moving on to the domestic campaign, this is about us inspiring local travellers to explore the province. We know how important these markets are for us, that being the Western Cape, Gauteng, the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal and Namibia. The domestic campaign is currently underway. It has not yet launched. It will launch at the end of September and run into January. And this is about driving people to experience the full extent of the Western Cape this summer, using the voices of locals. So what we have done is we have taken the principles of the Never Ending Tourist Campaign in the sense that we use the voices within the regions to tell the rich stories of why travellers should experience the beauty of the Western Cape. A marketing principle of ours is show, don't tell, and so we have called this With Love from the Locals, and we will be picking unique voices in each region to tell the rich stories to the rest of the country. Moving over to destination marketing innovation, this is a space that we put a lot of effort into. We believe in being first movers. We were the first DMO globally to create a tourism asset in Roblox in a metaverse-like environment. And the last time we were at this forum, I presented the Roblox Karoo Starlight Adventures to the members. And I'm happy to say that this was extremely well received. You can see some of the earned media on the screen now. We reached 3.3 million people with the Roblox Karoo message, with 2 million reached in earned media alone. And really this talks to talkability and the talkability that innovation creates. And so we continue to push the boundaries of what's possible and move the industry forward in terms of what we are able to do when we embrace digital transformation. We partnered with BP and Shell forecourts for this. We had 24,000 interactions. 18,000 adventure handbooks were distributed, all with the message of the Karoo and why this region is so important for us to visit, but why it's also such a unique and special experience for those both in the Western Cape and the rest of the country. This campaign ran across 10 different locations, and these were in Gauteng, Free State, and the Western Cape. So moving on to the next slide, this is just a snapshot and I won't go through it in detail, but really this is about global recognition for marketing excellence in the last year. We like to benchmark ourselves internationally, and as I said before, we have won quite a few awards for not only our Roblox metaverse efforts, but also for the Never Ending Tourist, and we continue to stand up against some of the bigger destination budgets globally to see what we can also achieve. And so far, so good. So thanks so much. I will hand over to my colleague Monica, who will talk us through tourism promotion and facilitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean, and good morning again to the chairperson and the members and colleagues in the room and online. Just to take you through, just a reminder in terms of the strategy that Wesgro pursues in terms of its tourism promotion. You will all receive this deck, so I won't spend too much time on it, but essentially what we're focusing on the international market space is growing that international market. The minister already mentioned we're aiming to double our tourism arrivals in the next couple of years, so hopefully we'll be successful there. Key, as our CEO has already mentioned, there is trade partnering. We never go anywhere alone. We always make sure that we have people with us. We focus in terms of the new markets that we're focusing on. We're looking at Brazil. We've now obviously got the fantastic news that the South African Airways is going to be flying for the first time in a very long time internationally out of Cape Town into Brazil and from Brazil into Cape Town. We're very excited about that. Canada and India are coming up for us as key markets, and Ireland and Belgium are also key new markets for us to focus on, including, of course, the African market reach, which is a very key strategy for us, and we're relying on our air access colleagues to assist us with greater access through airlift in West Africa. Our cruise tourism industry is very important to us because these are high value international travelers in addition to our traditional core markets. The domestic travel market, I'll spend a little bit of time on further on in the presentation. Business events, our CEO again has also already mentioned a couple of great news pieces there, and I'll share a little bit more around that. And then, of course, very importantly, we want to make sure that everything that we do benefits the entire province, including those areas where the economy really can benefit from tourism because of its structure. From the international front, the team has been incredibly busy. We've already said the industry is now actually looking at a space beyond recovery, and we're really focusing on how do we identify opportunities for sustainable growth. One in terms of making sure that the growth is trajectory continues for us and isn't just a symptom of pent-up demand, but also that we make sure that we attract the right tourists to the market that consume our destination the way we like it to be consumed, and that bring the story home to their fellow countrymen and attract more visitation that way. We always partner when we go into market. As Jean has also already mentioned, it's important for us to make sure that our investment gets leveraged as hugely as possible. So we always partner strategically when we're in market. We rely heavily on South African tourism's in-market efforts, and we have great relationships with the SA tourism officers across the globe and support all of their travel, trade and media activations, both in market as well as in destination. It's key to note that all the in-market activities that existed pre-pandemic have all resumed. So the team is incredibly busy traveling around the globe. We've shown our experiences to over 715 international buyers, 4 international trade shows. There's a whole heap of travel trade that's still happening, activities that is still happening now. We are very interested always in destination activities with our international market, because that delivers the best ROI, because then of course we have a captive audience here in the Western Cape. So we focus very heavily on getting fam trips, familiarization trips for the travel trade, as well as media hostings for international media into the destination that they can tell our story for us. Perhaps important to note that we are collaborating very well with South African Airways as well as the SA Tourism in-market office in Brazil to make sure that this launch of this inaugural SAA flight and this route becomes one that is sustainable and becomes a long-term route for Cape Town and the Western Cape. The Best of Wine Tourism Awards are coming up, which is always a fantastic moment in our calendar, and those the adjudication of those awards is happening at the moment. We are basically every year calling out for all tourism activities and wine tourism activities in particular in the province to come and apply for an award. We then adjudicate them under 7 different categories, and hopefully we'll be able to make those announcements in October to you and into the media. Now moving on to domestic, we all know that domestic became an even more important market for us through lockdown, and we believe that we have gained a market in the domestic space through COVID, and we are working really, really hard to retain that market and to grow again, sustainably grow that market. And we're very excited about the new domestic tourism campaign that is coming up. And we are looking forward to sharing that with you. It's very important for us to, again, convene conversations locally around key themes. The wine tourism theme has already been raised. We're also looking at deepening our effort into the golf experiences in the province. We are very well known for our golf courses globally and domestically, and it's really important for us to start building out those routes and the experiences so that they can become easily bookable and accessible for tourists. We facilitate trade platforms domestically for our public and private partners, including the Africa's Travel Indaba in Durban and the World Travel Market Africa platform in Cape Town. And then on the business events side, Meetings Africa in Sandton. That's some of the key events that happen for us every single year. Thank you, Khadija. This is just some highlights, some photographs of all of the activities that we've done. As mentioned, we've all been very busy, from our CEO right through to all of the teams, hosting regional tourism forums on a quarterly basis, engaging with travel trade from across the globe domestically, including recent visitors from China, from Qingdao. Very great engagement we had with them. So that market's also starting to travel again. And then on the business event side, just worth noting, the sector recovery is fully underway. Our CEO has already mentioned that we are really seeing a trend of face-to-face meetings coming back. Interestingly, the lead times are getting shorter, so the team is incredibly busy. You can see here some of the bid pipeline, which is very robust. We had 30 international meetings in 2022, and we're expecting that to go up even more now in 2023. The sector recovery, as I said, is fully underway. We are looking to make sure that we're starting to grow the meetings again, because the tech requirement has increased so much in the meeting space going forward. We do want to make sure that our meeting organizers still receive ROI for their meetings, because you know, tech comes at a greater cost, and we want to make sure that they still deliver ROI with their meetings and events. Very importantly, also our business events team partners and works closely with our trade and our investment teams here within Wesgro to make sure that we go after the events that are really sort of moving the needle for the province, and that really link in with the strategy of Wesgro when it comes to all of the sectors that we're pursuing and the investment that we're wanting to grow for the province. I'm going to hand back to Renelle now to talk about our Cape Town Air Access project.
Thank you very much, Monica. Thank you very much, Monica. So the first slide just talks to Cape Town Air Access, which is a collaboration of public-private partnerships, and it really just shows who the different partners are. This program cannot be successful without all of the partners participating. We are at the moment going out on a drive to attract some private sector funding, additional private sector funding, because the private sector funding is quite important in terms of attracting airlines to the province. In relation to the new routes, this just talks to the new routes since 2015, and the minister's already commented on this, but in the last financial year we added 7 new routes, and we are expecting that this will continue to grow. We will of course require the support of the Department of Transport as we try to open up and make the bilateral e-service agreements a little bit more accessible. We are, as the minister's already indicated, we're expecting a 25% increase in seat capacity for the season, and certainly it's very clear from this slide that we are no longer talking recovery, we're definitely talking growth. This slide just really says the same thing: 7 airlines, 7 new destinations across 4 continents. Just having added the 13 new services from the US, I think has definitely added a lot of value to the Western Cape economy. The coverage, we're really trying very hard to make sure that we're able to cover all the different continents. This slide just really shows what we are expecting for the upcoming season, which airlines are flying, the number of routes. I'm not going to go into all of that detail. It is really just available for the members to see the work that's happening. This is the different visual representation of the same information. Moving on then to Cruise Cape Town. So Cruise Cape Town follows very much the same model as Cape Town Air Access. Again, it is about working with partners. I see that we haven't included the private sector partners, but the private sector also plays a very important role in Cruise Cape Town, and in fact we're also on a fundraising drive to try and increase the number of private sector participants. This gives a feel for the season update. For 22-23, we saw a really great recovery since COVID, certainly, with 70 ship calls and 41 turnaround calls. Turnaround calls are particularly important to us because that means that we're able to also share the made in the Cape produce with those passengers on board. We have seen 145,000 two-way passengers move through the terminal. Of course, the terminal has a capacity of 300,000 two-way passengers, so there is a lot of opportunity for growth. 42,000 crew arrived, and I think it was a really good season. In the next season, we see a drop-off in the number of ship visits, and this is largely because of MSC having withdrawn the operation for the next season. There are quite a number of issues that we're working with them on to resolve. In the meantime, we are seeing an increase in the number of world cruises coming to the Western Cape and an increase in the number of international coastal cruises. The MSC obviously operation is very, very important because it is a good source for creating jobs, but the increase in world cruises and international coastal cruises we're hoping will offset the impact, because the spend from those services are obviously a lot higher. So we are quite optimistic about the upcoming season with 8 new ships, with 8 new ships. So the impact we're hoping will be significantly better. We had an independent study completed, and the study completed an impact of 1.2 billion just for the previous season. The next slide just talks to the type of cruise lines that we're expecting that we had for 23-24. Obviously, for 24-25, the domestic coastal will fall off. The next few slides just talk through some of the work that we've done to attract cruise ships to the Western Cape, both in the US and also in Europe. Very importantly, we are working very hard to make sure that not only the Port of Cape Town benefits, but all of the ports around the province, and a lot of development work has gone into that. And that's the next 2 slides. As you can see, my voice is crackling. I'm going to leave it there, and I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Westgrow team. Please have a nice glass of water just to soothe your throat. We really, really appreciate the detailed feedback that you've given us, and I think it paints a very positive picture, a picture of hope going forward. So with that, members, we're going to open up to questions. We have one question in the house. Are there any questions online? If members could raise their hand to indicate. None. I will hand over to Member Brinkhuis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, yes. Thank you very much for the presentation, and we are looking forward to a very exciting tourism season coming up for Cape Town and South Africa. Chair, today I'm very honored to say that we have an organization by the name of Arimet International Express with us today here in the committee. Welcome to you again. Thank you. And to Westgrow and some of the partners also in tourism, my question is that how will our local organizations like Arimet International Express, how are they going to, which is mostly in agriculture, all around here in the Western Cape, how are they also going to benefit from this upcoming tourism season, and in which way can they also play a major part in making sure that that our tourists, when they come, will get the full experience of Cape Town? Many of them have exciting programs like our organization that is here today, that they can offer, to our tourists, and they would also like to play a major part in the tourism season. Earlier, our minister have mentioned that we are looking to build this sector into R1 trillion, over the next 10 years. So our local organizations, they would also like to, play a major part and a major role, and contribute towards the local economy here in the Western Cape in terms of agriculture. So yes, my question simply is that how can our local organizations play a more active and a more important role in going forward for the tourism season? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I recognize Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for some wonderful and exciting presentations. It's really great to listen to this, and I really want to applaud and especially the innovation in terms of marketing, etc. It is great news. My question is regarding, can I call it, the more rural tourism jewels that we have. My impression is that there's a certain kind of tourist, perhaps a little bit more adventurous, a little bit more independent, who flies out to Cape Town, who then rents a vehicle and starts exploring South Africa. And quite often they would include in their destinations places like the Cape Winelands, even up the West Coast, etc. Now, in the past, we used to have these local tourism information officers, and the financial situation of these offices were quite often, propped up by the local guest houses and hotels in that rural town that would be paying a commission fee to all to the local tourism office based on the number of guests that were referred to that accommodation establishment. Now, we do know that the marketing function of tourism has seen some major changes over the last decade or two. And I'm talking here about your very popular online reservation systems, online booking systems. People can find a lot of information on the internet nowadays for free. And the commission that guest houses, etc., pay is now going to these online marketing initiatives. So my impression is, and I hope I'm wrong, is that many of our rural tourism information offices are now being closed down, or they have highly limited hours of operation, etc. Yet they were quite often the source of information regarding, your lesser known local activities, local restaurants, local accommodation establishments, etc. How do you see the changes in that regard? Is there still a place for your local tourism information office once you've recruited the tourists to come to South Africa? Can those offices still add value? And how should we go about? Quite often, municipalities could only make office space available to them. Municipalities were not really able to fully fund those tourism offices, unlike as in the case of the city of Cape Town. Perhaps if you could just help me understand, how can we perhaps prop up or stimulate our rural tourism facilities to also play their role, because I do know that they are quite often the ones that are most in need of support to bring, can I call it, foreign money to those areas. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Member. I do note Member Seleko's hand is raised. Colleagues, I am a bit concerned that we have past the allotted time for the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. So if I can suggest that we take these final questions. If there are further questions, we can submit them in writing. I don't want to use up anybody's time that they haven't availed to us, and also conscious that today there's Jumat, so we will have to leave a little bit, or we have to make sure that we have enough time. I will take Member Seleko if the committee is happy with that proposal. Okay, happy. Member Seleko?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Once I appreciate the presentation. Chair, mine is just a question of clarity in terms of the safety of our tourists to our province. I just wanted to know, in terms of the volunteers and the reservists that will be assisting us as a province to make sure that our tourists are safe. I just want to know, how are they going to be deployed? Are they mostly going to be used in Cape Town, or are they also going to be used in our rural areas? That's the first question. And secondly, Chair, in terms of the transport sector, what has been the conversations from now to get ready for the season in terms of making sure that the transport sector is also a contributor to the safety of our tourists? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member. I would also just like to add 2 questions before I hand back to the Minister and Department. My first question is, my interest was piqued when I noted, I think it was in DDAT's presentation, that I think 1,200 tourist operators will be registered, or tourist guides, sorry, will be registered. And I recently met a tour guide who explained to me that as a part of your operating, you need to apply for your tourism licensing permit with National. And he'd indicated that there was actually a backlog there. It was quite an expensive process, he'd indicated, of paying 3,500 Rand in total. And so I just wanted to get an understanding then of what is the difference between the applications that you assist with and what is done at the national level. Because I think that maybe there might be a way in which provincial government can ease the backlog or burden there, if there is a significant difference. And then my second question, gosh, I have so many, but I'll send them through in writing if that's okay, is, are we seeing growth in the domestic market? We clearly see growth in the international market. And also, how are your local campaigns aiming to address this exactly in terms of the demand for the local market? I know that this was an area of stagnation previously. So that concludes my questions. I'll hand over to Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks very much to the members for those questions. I'll try my best to group them together in the interest of time. There were some questions around agri-tourism, or tourism in the agricultural sector, and then there were also some questions around rural tourism and how to support them. My firm view is, the strategy is, well, internationally and globally, is to get tourists to Cape Town initially, because around the world people know about Cape Town, and then when they get here they get to learn about all the wonderful other offerings that we have in the Western Cape. So the real way to get more tourists out into rural areas is to allow them to stay longer, because we know that the longer that they stay, the more they explore, and the more areas of not only the Western Cape, but surrounding provinces and around the country can be visited. And this is why the visa regime is so important. So visa extensions, as well as the digital nomad visa, allows tourists to stay longer, and in that way can visit more areas of our province and our country. So that is a key part in being able to enable rural tourism. Then there were some questions around destination marketing in respect of domestic campaigns from you, Chair, but then also from Honourable van der Westhuizen. And I wonder if I could ask Wesgro to just explain to the members the difference between destination marketing and destination management, not only in Cape Town, but in the province as a whole, and what the interplay is then between the province and then the local authorities, and how that work is divided up. Then questions from Honourable Sileko on safety and transport. If I could ask the DDAT team to respond there, as well as on the tour guides. Thanks very much, Chair. If we could then start with Wesgro on the destination marketing and destination management.
Thank you, Minister. Yes.
Thank you, Minister. So in the tourism space, there is obviously a continuum of roles that are played. Wesgro plays in the consideration space, which is where we get tourists around the world to consider the Western Cape as a destination that they would like to visit. Once the tourists arrive in the Western Cape, then there are different entities that work with the tourists here. So, for example, Cape Town Tourism will do some of the work to support tourists here in terms of, giving them guidance of what to do, where to go. the industry. DDAT, of course, works in the space where they make sure that tourists are safe, that there are that there's infrastructure available to ensure that tourists are safe, that they have mechanisms to make contact with the authorities. So there is a continuum, and we all play different roles along that continuum, but there is full alignment and collaboration across that continuum. I don't know if you want to add anything more, Monica.
Thank you, CEO. Just perhaps two things. I think the first thing that's notable for us to talk about in terms of domestic market in particular, the statistics at the moment are showing that we will probably be able to keep the domestic trip number the same as last year, which I think is fantastic news considering that the international market is open for our domestic travellers again now. But I think one key focus for Westgrow is the citizenry of the Western Cape as a domestic traveller. So of course we all love the rest of the country's domestic tourists coming to us on holiday, and they are a really key part and a big pillar in terms of our campaign work. But we want to encourage our own citizenry to get off the couch 1 or 2 times more a month and go and experience a wine farm, or go up the Weskus, or go into one of the smaller dorpies and experience that on a more frequent basis, because that also drives the tourism economy. And to that end, what we do quite successfully at Westgrow is we partner with leisure events across the province, targeting off-season small little dorpies with a really unique experience that they showcase through an event, and we partner with them and we bring that to the domestic market to encourage more visitation and economic impact. Thank you.
I recognize Mr. Tofi.
Thank you, Chairperson. So I'd like to just say a few words and then hand over to Ilse to give a more comprehensive reply to some of them. Ilse and Jacques. For the visitors here today, I mean, I think, thank you, Member Brinkhurst, for acknowledging that there are players in the economy that can and should be involved in the tourism value chain. And I think it's important to note we often see tourism as hospitality sector, you know, and I always say it's akin to saying that the mining industry is like about jewelry, because it's about a bit more than jewelry, the gold that comes out on the end. So I would encourage that if any members of business in the community would like to be part of that, whether it's in construction or agriculture or logistics, is to approach us, let us know what your potential projects are, because we have a number of other programs within DDAT where we support small businesses, we support people to get off the ground, to participate in the economy, and we would welcome people coming forward, and we'll indicate how we can help. So there are other units, there are other aspects of joining the tourism sector where we assist businesses, whether it's funding, removing some binding constraints to get into the business. And then just to clarify, I think I might as well clarify to you, Chairperson, that we have the designated authority, the 100% designated authority to issue tourist guide permits, but it would be other transport operator permits or PDPs and things that are under the national government's mandate. But tourist guide permitting is entirely delegated and to the Western Cape. So there's nothing else that people need to apply for from a tourist guide permit point of view. It's the other aspects, and I think Jacques might clarify that. But Ilse, I think you can more comprehensively describe the difference between tourism management, all the aspects that go into that, vis-a-vis the tourism promotion side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll try and be quick. I know we're on a time crunch. So again, with regards to destination marketing and promotion, which is the part of the mandate, the tourism mandate that we've given to Westgrow as our entity, they deal with, as Renelle mentioned, in terms of the consideration, the marketing, making sure people want to come to the Western Cape. The part where DDAT sits in terms of our mandate with regards to destination management is everything in country. So whether it's signage, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's information, like visit information services that was spoken about, whether it's destination tourism safety, as well as in terms of coordinating the ecosystem. So everything in destination, making sure what type of experience the visitor has, product development, etc. That's more in terms of destination management aspects. Just to cover some of the other aspects, so the Alimat, I would welcome, we'll take your contact details. We'll also engage with you offline today, after today, just with regards to looking at any other opportunities. There's a numerous number of activities happening in terms of agritourism, whether it's in the wine space, whether it's with regards to other rural activities, etc. Member van der Westhuizen, with regards to your rural jewels, you're absolutely correct. Adventure tourism is key with regards to some of our product offering, and it is making with regards to what's different about the province, or where we've got a range of experiences, whether it's hiking, cycling, adventure sports, etc. There's a number of activities, and how do we draw people out, not just to the city, where Cape Town is the hook, but getting the experiences out. So that's part of the growth for job strategy, as well as some of our other tourism work in terms of building other iconic activities in the district. That's quite key. The LTOs, I'm going to ask Jock just to cover the financial situation. We flagged this as a risk numerously with regards to exactly what I think Member van der Westhuizen's got his finger on the pulse, because it is what's happening. There's definitely been a shift with regards to what we call your visitor services strategy, where things are being digitized. There is still a role to play for a physical visit information center. We monitor a number of queries or footfalls through the doors in terms of a lot of the LTOs. It is true, not all of the LTOs were offering a sort of a online booking service where people would phone and they would get a portion of that, similar to a tour operator perspective. But that has decreased. They are now using different options. The majority of the LTOs are membership-driven organization. Let's say between 20 and 30% of their revenue is based on their membership base, paying an annual fee. But the majority of LTOs, the funding, what makes them keep the lights on, is actually part of grants that they receive from their local municipalities, which is where we've raised it as a risk in terms of that municipalities are under financial strain and they are defunding a lot of the LTOs, which really disrupts the tourism ecosystem at a local level. And we've raised this as a concern at all the DCFs. We've literally met with every single district to raise this as a concern. And then, and Jock will talk about the work that we've done there. Then in terms of Member Seleko, we obviously, with National Department of Tourism, the program with regards to the reservist, that operational plan is still being finalized. So we can respond later in writing in terms of how that will actually pan out. That we're still waiting for the final feedback. And as Rashid mentioned, that's not that there is only, you don't get a national, you can be registered as a national tour guide, but the function of registering and recording tour guides is delegated to provinces, which is our national tour or our provincial tourism registrar. So that is that, because it's the amount that sounds like the NTPTR, the license, that's the expensive one with regards to the tour operating license from a transport perspective. And then just to mention in terms of domestic tourism, nationally in the last Q1 and Q2, there was about 18 million trips. It has fully recovered. The challenge is in the Western Cape is our airlift connectivity for domestic is still lagging somewhat due to just airlines have closed, seat capacity. We have seen a pickup, and I'm sure Mark from AXA will give input in terms of that. So because the Western Cape, it's still far to get here, we are quite reliant on air connectivity for domestic and international visitors. Jock?
Thank you, Chair. Just in response to the status of local tourism organisations, we've conducted research this year on the state of regional and local tourism organisations to better understand the needs of these structures. As Member van der Westhuizen indicated, we are also very concerned about the defunding of tourism at the municipal level, and we are revisiting the funding model and seeing if there is a role for provincial policy response in this regard. Member Seleko asked about the reservists. So This is still an ongoing engagement between ourselves, SAPS, and the Department of Tourism. It is important to note that this is a paid-for service, so the reservists aren't made available freely, so budget is a concern. But I also need to indicate that our strategy is informed by our analysis of where the hotspots are. So it's really about using a combination of tourism monitors, existing law enforcement structures, and then see if there is a need for the reservists. In terms of the transport sector, we work with SATSA, so they are one of our key partners, and all safety related issues we do address directly with SATSA. I just want to confirm that the cost of registering as a tourist guide is 240 Rand, and that has not changed since the 2014 Act. So the cost itself of registering as a tourist guide is not that excessive.
All right, thank you very much. I have so many more questions, but I know time is of the essence. So with that, I would like to just thank you again for the presentation. You're welcome to stay for the other presentations. We'd love you to do so because, of course, a lot of the work and feedback you'll hear today will inform you going forward. So with that, I would now like to hand over to the Department of Transport and AXA on their readiness for Cape Town International Airport tourism season, as well as an update on ICT challenges in respect of the e-gates. And if possible, if you could also just speak to the airport expansion that we touched on previously. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'm just
Thank you.
asking for Mr. Twala.
Thank you, Chair, the Minister and members on the platform. The Department of Transport would address two issues from our public transport, where Mr. Mieketsi is on board, and also Mark, who's going to get on board now and speak to our preparation for this exciting season coming. So through you, Chair, if I may ask Mike to start. We'll then take questions after him and then move on to Mieketsi after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twala.
Thank you, Mr. Twala. And good morning again to you, Chair, and to the committee and to all present and online. Let me just start by just introducing myself properly, Chair. I think I said I'm the Regional General Manager for Cluster 2. So to just advise again what that means is that we've got 4 airports in our cluster that report into my department or my division. And that's Cape Town International Airport, George Airport, Uppington International Airport, and Kimberley Airport. So I will touch mainly on Cape Town International, but I'll also share perhaps a bit of stats in terms of what's happening at George Airport. And then I think when I speak about, the domestic routes and the challenges we're having there, it's also in the context of a wider group of airports. And then just to also state that it's great to have our AXA CIO with us, Mr. Mtoko Kwabe, and he's obviously responsible for all our IT innovations and our digitization strategy. And I'll hand over to him to particularly answer questions about IT and the e-gates as well. So just a preamble before I share my presentation. I think, you know, when we present, we're obviously going to build on the conversation we had the last time around. We were here last year and we spoke about the peak season preparation, and I think we made some commitments back then. So we'll touch on, you know, how far we've come since we last spoke. And the airport is, of course, a complex business, and it's a business that doesn't turn quickly. It's a heavy infrastructure business, so it is all about continuous improvement and making sure that over time we improve operations at the airport. Just also, Minister Wenger spoke about the importance of being prepared and, you know, making sure that every passenger is delighted. and has a fantastic experience while they're with us. And this presentation is going to be about that because we really want to be gracious hosts. We want to make sure that we play our role as an airport. And in the main, you'll see our presentation is a practical presentation, because we believe that to delight people, it's about getting the basics right, making sure that everything works end to end, and that it's done across the value chain. Because we are about 350 people in AXA, but we coordinate a community of about 8,000 people who work for or in or around the airport. So it's a big community of people that need to come together to achieve what I'm going to share with you. So without further ado, I'm just going to again touch on the passenger and ATM forecast today. I will talk a little bit about a value chain analysis. We'll discuss some key focus areas for the peak season and how we're responding to that. I'd like to touch on, again, the jet fuel supply. We didn't have a good season. We had some challenges last season, so I'll touch on that. And then we'll speak about the biometric scanners, and I'll conclude. So just to share some passenger forecasts. So this is the passenger volume and recovery forecast for Cape Town International. If our percentages differ with what Minister has said by 1 or 2%, don't be too concerned by that. We're obviously updating our numbers on a weekly basis. So as airlines change schedules or apply for new slots, there's a bit of an up and down every week. So this is the latest that we see. I think Minister talked about 125%, we 126. So as long as the trajectory is upwards, we are happy with that, I'm sure. So on the slide, you'll see that for domestic passengers, from April to August this year, our recovery as compared to 2019 has been about 82% recovery. International, 109% recovery. But you'll see for the peak season, and our peak season runs from the end of October, the last week of October. So we normally count it from the 1st of November until the end of March. And it's aligned with what we call the IATA Winter 2023 season. So that's how it's classified across the world. And you'll see our domestic passenger recovery increases or improves to 89%. Our international passengers are going to improve to 126%. So that's obviously excellent. So we'll be processing over 2.8 million domestic passengers, and over 1.5 million international passengers will come through our doors during that period from November to March. And then on movements as well, so that's aircraft movements. You'll see also exceptional recovery on domestic, 88% to 100% as compared to 2019. And then international movements, 115 to 136% additional air traffic movements for the April to August, and then November to March. I just want to note that the aircraft movements on domestic has recovered fully, or is expected to recover fully. The reason why the passenger volumes are slightly lower is because there are new airlines that came on board, like Seme Airlink, but they are flying smaller aircraft, and therefore the capacity on that aircraft is not as it was with Come, for example, because they're flying slightly smaller aircraft. Just to give you a sense of our total forecast for the financial year. So our financial year runs from April to March every year. So you can see on passenger numbers, domestic, we get planning to recover to 83% for the financial year, and international passengers 15% for the financial year. And on the movements, we just go to movements, 92% recovery on movements on domestic, and 125% on international movements for the full financial year. I think Wesco and has touched on the airlines that are operating at CTIA. We've got 4 domestic airlines that are operating, well, 5, sorry, domestic airlines that are operating, and we've got 26 international airlines that were planned to operate this year. A lot of them with the stars are going to operate from October. We're welcoming Lamb from Mozambique as a new route. They're starting on the 8th of October. And as was said, we're very excited to welcome SAA flying to Sao Paulo in Brazil on the 31st of October. So that's an exciting development. Unfortunately, we've heard this week, Jay, that Air Belgium is stopping global operations. So they have some financial challenges and they're stopping all their passenger operations, although they still plan to operate cargo freighters. But their routes into Cape Town and Johannesburg and Mauritius will stop on the 3rd of October. So that's the only negative. But other than that, all other international airlines have committed to return to CTA for this peak season. And you'll see the non-operational airlines. We're obviously still working on Cathay Pacific and Etihad and Austrian to return. And all indications are as soon as their operations rebuild and they get additional capacity, they will return, but we're waiting on them. So I think just overall a great picture. And, you know, as a founding member of Cape Town Air Access, I think we're very proud of what Cape Town Air Access is doing in this regard. I want to touch on cargo. I think it's also an important component because it's what makes airlines sustainable, and it's obviously what drives trade in and out of our region as well. So you'll see that last year we had good recovery on cargo. We were exceeding 100% recovery as compared to 2019. But unfortunately, you will see cargo has slowed this year, and you can see especially July and August, we have seen a reduction in cargo. And our initial analysis is telling us is that it's mainly due to reduced imports that is creating that trend. And it's probably driven, well, our analysis says it's probably driven by the exchange rate and other trade issues and perhaps low GDP as well. So we'll keep a close eye on that, but I just want to note that for now. George Airport, excuse me. So just to touch on that, so George Airport for IATA winter 23 is forecasted to recover to 97% in terms of passenger volumes for this peak season. And in terms of the air traffic movements, George Airport is going to recover to 109% of the traffic movements. And you can see as compared to the previous seasons, we are going to grow. Excuse me. As compared to last peak season, we were at 88 and will now be at 92. And then movements as well, 100 to 106. George Airport should be growing a lot faster. We were expecting these numbers to be a lot higher, but there are challenges with, as I said, airline capacity, and also the destination is very price sensitive. So as the airline ticket prices reduce, we hope that that will stimulate this market even further. We are ever excited about the fact that FlySafair is now flying direct from George to Cape Town as of last week, and we're tracking that to see what impact that is going to make in terms of that route. So I think that's a nice new development. Just to go into value chain analysis. So, Jen, this is one when you speak to capacity at the airport, these red, indicators is where we are going to be 80% or more at capacity in the various processing areas of the airport. So it's indicators that tell us where we must focus our energy in terms of resolving congestion or other capacity constraints. And it's also indicators which start in telling us where we need to start building new infrastructure. And just on that point, when we were with you last year, we spoke about the fact that we have submitted a permission to our regulator to start constructing and bringing back major projects at the airport. I was hopeful that by now we'd receive our outcome. We are still expecting to receive our final permission outcome in September. And as soon as we get that, Chair, we will really be excited to share the new project program with you. But it's also an indication of, as I said, where we need to focus our energies to respond at the moment in terms of operations at the airport. Just moving ahead, so these are some of the responses to some of these areas of challenges where we might have capacity constraints, and you can see we're dealing with it in different ways: dynamic allocation, resource management, distribution of resources, and there's various things we're doing to ensure that we respond to some of these capacity constraints. And I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail shortly. So some of the key focus areas, just relating to that, is that one of the big things is to obviously focus on availability of resources. I have a particular slide on the Border Management Authority resources, which is arguably currently our biggest concern at the airport. We are also, with our ground handlers, responding to these additional movements by investing in additional ground handling equipment to accommodate all the additional air traffic movements. I'm going to speak about jet fuel, and then baggage handling is also important. Safety and security was spoken about earlier, which is absolutely key. Traffic management, but most specifically the approach roads. So we've been working with Metro Police, with Alderman Smith and his team to look at how we can further invest and secure the approach roads, the intersection at the Nyanga and other areas to make sure that our passengers can feel safe and secure, and that we don't have incidents of stone throwing or smash and grabs in those areas. We are focused on prevention of unlawful access, which I'll touch on later. Baggage pilferage is always a big area of focus for the airport, and that will continue. And then we've also done quite a lot of work after the last taxi strike to improve our business continuity management and contingency plans to effectively respond to any future incident in that regard. I think we responded quite well as a community to make sure that the airport remained open during that time. And we've learned a few lessons, and we will continuously improve in that regard. Availability of infrastructure is key, and you can see all of the key systems that we want to make sure remain operational. And we want to make sure that we have suppliers on site. We have purchased additional spares, and we've also improved SLAs to improve response time to that. I spoke about the management of congestion and then improvement of service elements as well. Just moving ahead. So I have a particular slide on immigration resource challenges, because as I mentioned, this is the part that probably concerns us the most for this peak season. Just to give you context, we have 35% less immigration resources as compared to 2019. Of course, while we're now processing 26% more passengers, we had about 102 staff in 2019. There were 82 permanent and 30 temporary staff. And we now have 66. And we have formally requested additional resourcing. Thank you to Minister Wenger, who's also written to the BMA Commissioner to also request the same. And we formally engaged the BMA deputy commissioners on the same matter as well. So we're dealing with this at the local and a national level. Unfortunately, until today, we have not yet received any confirmation of additional resourcing, but we have offered other solutions such as increased overtime to overlap some of the shifts. We've offered a learnership program to supplement resources or temporary program, and we are awaiting the BMA's response in that regard. The impact that it's got is that our waiting time is double the international standard at the moment, and that's why we're receiving passenger complaints. And of course, it has the challenges where, on occasion, we have some flight delays, we have reduced service levels, passenger complaints, and certainly our brand and reputation will suffer if we don't address this decisively. And this is just a slide to show you just a very small, snapshot of complaints that we're getting on an almost weekly basis, simply because of the shortage of resources in that area. But again, Chair, we are not relenting. It's a ongoing conversation, and we must fix this. Response plans in key areas. So I've spoken about the resourcing, which is key. We are deploying additional resources to support Border Management Agency at immigration, both through AXA and the program that DDAT has spoken about. We are increasing jet fuel storage, which I'll expand on later. Additional security deployment, heightened focus on the eastern land. So this is also a big area of focus with SAP. So you might have seen that there are invasions on the public works land on the corner of Symphony Way and the N2. And we are seeing increased crime and illegal activity, and certainly attempts to jump our fence from the eastern land. But we've got perimeter intrusion detection systems, we've got security patrols, and we also patrol both inside our perimeter and outside our fence to make sure that we protect the national key point and the air side. Crime prevention, I've spoken about, and then particularly prevention of touting at the airport, and then effective security deployment. Passenger experience improvements, similar to what we've done last year. We're working with Cape Town Tourism on special events programs, and just again, thank you to DDAT for renewing the program to deploy learners to the airport. It makes a huge difference, a massive impact in terms of passenger facilitation, and some of those learners will be deployed to not only support AXA, but also address some of the issues at immigration. So they are the ones that facilitate and assist and support passengers in that area. Since we spoke last year, we have now opened a new generic lounge. One of the challenges we said we had last year is that we were out of lounge capacity at the international. So we've got a brand new international business lounge, which will serve the airline community as well and the passengers. And then we opened a nice new sushi bar on the bottom right, which is quite popular with passengers as well. We are improving content on airport TV. We are introducing commercial offerings, especially on our plaza area. We plan to put some pop-up stores there. We've got new stores like Smoothie on the Go and others at the airport. And then we will certainly introduce some nice festive decor in November as well. And then these are just some photographs of what I've shared. I think the bottom right is the new International Business Lounge, a nice brand new facility, and I think the passengers are delighted when they visit that new facility. And then also just I think the top right, I want to talk about just the management of transport operators. That's a continuous focus. We do get some complaints from passengers about touting, but as I said last year, we continue to manage and authorize transport operators to become more professional. They are branded. We check their vehicles. We do criminal checks on them to make sure that they uphold a certain quality standard and that passengers can feel safe and secure. But unfortunately, because the airport is an open space, we still see touting happening from time to time, and we continuously focus on that to make sure that touters don't bother or create a nuisance, for the passengers. Jet supply, just to touch on that. So our jet stock holding at the airport is now 12 million liters. We can hold 7 to 8 days of stock on average. And Tank 7 is now in full operation. We can hold an additional 3 million liters of jet after we commission Tank 7. During the peak season, we will hold between 5 and 6 days. But the airport contingency plan is that our stock holding should never go below 3 in the event that there's any issues, and there's penalties that are imposed when that minimum level is exceeded. And we're also increasing out the tankers from the refinery to make sure we can deliver sufficient quantities of jet. Just to give you a sense, during our off-peak, we use about 1.4 to 1.5 million liters of jet. During our peak season, we go up to about 2 million and above liters of jet. So it's quite a step up in demand. And just to share that our plans that we shared last year still remains in place. We are matching supply to demand because jet fuel, is ordered 3 to 4 months in advance. So we have to give accurate projections. So we continue to focus on that. We continue to focus on delivery to the airport and making sure that those deliveries can happen seamlessly throughout the day. It's a 24-hour operation. And it's about 60 tankers that are delivering jet to the airport on a daily basis. And then lastly, I've spoken about the increase in production at the refinery. So the refinery is in full production, which should serve us well. We do have additional stock holding, as I've explained, and we also have a new supplier in the harbour who is able to store imported jet. So with all of those things combined, we don't expect any issues for this peak season. I'll now hand over to you, Tuko.
Thank you very much, Chair, for your invitation to your committee and to your to the Minister. Chairperson, as you will know, that we introduced these biometric gates as a proof of concept into Cape Town, just because of how Cape Town International Airport is standing into the whole AXA ecosystem. So what we have found is that we had developed ourselves the engine that actually connects ourselves between us and the Department of Home Affairs. So what we have done, we have actually sourced budget with the group to install a new engine that will do processing. So we're going to be using the same engine that Abu Dhabi Airport is using to process passengers. So we're hoping that that particular engine, based on our project plan, is going to be up and running by beginning of November, just to be early for the festive season. So what we're doing also, we're going to be moving the entire network configuration into the Department of Home Affairs ecosystem, so that we start to avoid the network connectivity hopping, so that we connect directly to Home Affairs for verification. So what we'll also be doing with Cape Town International Airport, we want this airport to be the first in the country to use biometric verification solution with Home Affairs that is going to be introduced, so that it's easier for older passengers that have run out of fingerprint mechanism on their fingers, so that they can be able to use facial recognition, because the gates that we installed are facial recognition capable. So that's what we're going to be doing, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tuko. And I just want to add on that, and committee, is that one of the big drivers as well that we're engaging Department of Home Affairs on is to register the international travelers to use the gate. I think the last year when I spoke, I said that it's still restricted to only South African passport holders. So we do have restrictions in terms of if you have a dual passport, depending on how you booked your ticket, you might not be able to use the gate. And then, of course, if you're international travelers, well, you're restricted. So those are improvements. And if we can add more passengers to use the gates, of course, we can improve the throughput and the volume that we put through the gate. So that's an important. But we're looking forward to the IT improvements, and that will make a big positive impact there. Thanks, Mtoko. And then just in conclusion, so I think it's exciting, of course, that we're all validating the fact that we're expecting to see additional volumes. I've highlighted that we will just focus on the basics, on-time performance of departure aircraft. We'll limit waiting times, prevent congestion, and just drive to improve the overall passenger experience. I've spoken about safety and security. That will remain a key focus area. We will continue to engage BMA to increase resourcing and to consider the proposals that we've made. We've spoken about the e-gate improvements, which will come at the start of November. And then certainly SAPS and Metro Police yeah, I think they've got a big job, a big role to play to make sure that every passenger that comes to visit us feels safe and secure. So that's important, and we'll work with them hand in hand to achieve that. And then I think the good news is that we don't foresee any Jet A1 challenges for this peak season. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you've shared a lot of exciting information. Looking forward to asking you about e-gates, but I don't want to hog the space. So members, if there are any questions, I already see a hand from member Brinkhuis in the house.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to Mark and EXA for that most exciting presentation. And I must say that also very refreshing to hear that how our state entities is doing, and EXA and Cape Town International in particular taking the lead. We just hope some of our other state entities like ESCOM can follow suit, and also present to us such exciting news and upcoming programs. I want to touch on one of the issues that Mark has mentioned regarding our routes from Cape Town to Sao Paulo. That is the South African Airways routes, flights to Sao Paulo. In October, if you can maybe elaborate more on that, how many flights per week is that going to be, and how regular is what they call it, is those flights going to be to Sao Paulo, from Sao Paulo to Cape Town? The reason why I'm asking is that just last year we went with a delegation from Cape Town to Sao Paulo, and we had some extensive talks with the Sao Paulo local government in terms of agricultural programs there. So I think this is a great opportunity for our local agricultural organizations to take this opportunity, and further extend our talks with the Sao Paulo government, as they have a new president that just came in now early this year or late last year. And I think the relationship between South Africa and Brazil is just going to improve over the next couple of years. So I would encourage our local agricultural organization to take full part in these type of relationships, and to make sure that our local organizations, they benefit greatly from these opportunities. And then secondly, also I would like to touch on the one aspect which Mark has mentioned regarding learners, which DDAT have worked very extensively with Cape Town International, and how that program actually came into being, and how did Cape Town International also benefit them, in the short term and in the long term going forward, and how that can also be an encouragement for our local organizations that also have learners like these, and they can also come on board. So if we can share more information regarding that program, and how all of our local organization in Cape Town also can also be part and become part of that program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, member. I recognize member van der Westhuizen and then member Seleko. Oh, wait, no, apologies. Was it member Mvimbi? Yes. Member van
Thank
der
you, Chair.
Westhuizen?
And from my side, also thank you very much for a very informative presentation by yourselves. And yes, indeed, the feedback that I have been getting is also that the border management control seems to be a never-ending problem, and that is a big source of complaints. And I'm grateful that you are working on it, and also to the Minister for highlighting that to Home Affairs. My question is regarding prices of flights. I think I'm safe to say that the Johannesburg-Cape Town leg is still the most active one. Secondly, that in terms of domestic tourism, as highlighted by DDAT, especially in the off season, that it is extremely important. And you also referred to the fact that, for example, in the case of George, price sensitivity is quite high. Now, my question is therefore regarding not only the volumes that come into Cape Town, but particularly seat occupation rates, because I think there are many factors that are that are completely outside our control, like fuel prices going up, etc. But the one thing that perhaps can be managed is seat occupancy to ensure that flights are fully booked, and that would have the potential of driving down prices of particularly domestic flights. Perhaps if you wouldn't mind, just tell us a little bit about that, and will we ever see prices coming down again? For example, the option of low-cost airlines competing against one another, yet still being able to be fully funded and profitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I recognize Member Mvumbi. Member Mvumbi?
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also join the colleagues in welcoming the very comprehensive and informative presentation. And I think it assisted in clearing quite a lot of maybe questions you might have been having about us, and then also remove some of the misconceptions as well. I just want to have two questions, Chairperson, regarding the clusters that were mentioned. I think it was George, Cape Town, I think, and two others. But then I think we've got an airport in Plettenberg Bay. Does the airport in Plettenberg Bay not fall under your cluster? In which cluster does it fall, or is it just an independent airport? The second one, Chairperson, relates to the invaded land, which is on the eastern side. I just want to check whether does the land belong to AXA, or does it belong to the national government, provincial government, or the city of Cape Town? Who are the owners of the land? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Member. My questions, if you'll indulge me. The first is, it does appear that there is a demand for more flights into South Africa, and particularly Cape Town. And so I'd like to just get an understanding from AXA, or maybe from the Department of Transport, in terms of their plans to increase the number of allowed flights per week from key markets such as Europe, the USA, and countries in the East. How quickly can these frequencies also be increased? My second question is, I just wanted to get the exact name of the permission that you're waiting for George and Cape Town, and from who is that granted? Is it the National Department of Transport? Just so I can keep my ear on that. And if you can indulge me, once you do get that permission, please could you let us know? Alternatively, we can follow up, I think, at the beginning of October. And then lastly, just on the e-gates, I just want to be crystal clear. So from November, is it that South Africans who have one passport will be able to use the gates for facial recognition and not fingerprints? And also, will all of those gates be functional? I'm not clear on when the integration for non-South Africans or South Africans with dual passports will take place, and when they will be able to also make use of these e-gates. Okay, I'll now hand over.
Thank you very much to everybody for the comments and for the acknowledgement of the presentation. Thank you. Just firstly, flights to Sao Paulo. So it's going to be on a Wednesday and a Sunday as a start. And that's normal, airlines always start slowly, and depending on the demand, they could increase frequencies. So it will be twice a week as a start. In terms of just learners with DDAT, so it's a fantastic program in the sense that we recruit newly graduated learners from colleges, from technical institutions. They obviously young, bright, talented people, but they don't have any employment and they have no experiential training or experience. We bring them in, and the objective is to give them experiential training and experience so that they have something on their CV to make them more marketable. At the same time, we give them, of course, skill, and some of them may become our employees after they're done, or obviously can go back into the market and be a lot more marketable. So I think it's a fantastic program, and I really do hope that it's something that we will keep replicating as we go along. What they do is that we deploy them in different areas of the business, simply so that they get a broad range of skills. So the one day they will be facilitating passengers at Home Affairs, the next day there will be a call center agent on a help desk, and the next day there will be allocating flights and actually parking aircraft. So they get a very wide range of skills and experience. Just in terms of prices of flights, so we do see that as airlines are bringing on additional capacity and larger aircraft, and the SEME has brought in additional aircraft, SAFE has brought in additional aircraft. Prices are starting to temper, so we're not seeing an increase in pricing on some routes where additional capacity is brought online. Prices are starting to decrease, or maybe the price increases are starting to slow, and I think that certainly will continue. The typical, just to answer the question of load factors, so load factors are a big issue. So it's all about supply and demand, and if the aircraft is full, especially when you book late, your prices go up. So the earlier you book, normally the cheaper your seats. The later you book, you pay for more expensive seat. And but we are on average, the load factors are around 74 to 75% of the aircraft is filled on the domestic route on average. So, and that's good, because normally if it's over 70%, we're happy, because airlines are then normally profitable. But on some days, and especially as we go into the peak season, it's not abnormal for us to record 90% plus load factors, especially on the Cape Town Joburg route. So yeah, it's all about supply and demand. Just to go to the Plettenberg Bay. So Plettenberg Bay Airport is not AXA owned. We did some work. It's privately owned. It's not owned by Airports Company. We did some work there some time back to support them and assist them. And we do have a partnership with SEME, where if Plettenberg Bay Airport is closed, for some reason, most of the time SEME will divert to George, or use George Airport as an alternative airport, which is an AXA airport. But no, Plettenberg Bay is not owned or operated by Airports Company. And then just to go to the invaded land. So the majority of the land invasions is on Department of Public Works land, which is, as I said, on the corner of the N2 and Symphony Way. However, we do have an agreement in place where, as AXA, we want to buy that land, but that land first needs to be cleared of the informal settlements before we can transfer it and purchase it. And it is important for the future development of the airport. So we are in engagements with Department of Public Works to effect that sale, and we are working with the new councillor Papaim as well to see how we can get projects restarted that have been stalled, to get people moved to formal housing. So that's important. And we are concerned that, as you are aware, some of the housing projects have been stalled because of various challenges. And then I think I'll just hand over to the DOT. I think there's a question about demand for more flights, but probably particularly related to bilateral agreements. Mr. Twala?
Well, thank you. At the moment, as we were trying to recover from COVID, we've got a lot of available frequencies that can be taken. Typical, you'll find that between two routes, only 30% uptake has been done. Especially what affects us internationally is that South Africa would not be able to take up some of the frequencies available. Although Airlink is trying its best to fill up, but that's our problem. Now, if you want to apply for one of those available frequencies, the Act says we should do that within 120 days. So around 4 months, 5 months from the inception, you should be able to get your license to start operating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if there are any further responses.
Yes, but just to the EGATE.
Chair, I will take the EGATE's question in terms of this December we'll be using facial or fingerprint. I can confirm to you that by this December we'll be using the fingerprint. Yet we continue with the fingerprint. As you will remember that Director General Mavuso confirmed that the BMCS will be completed by March of next year. Then the biometric facial recognition will only be utilized at that point forward. So we're hoping that by April next year, we'll start utilizing the facial recognition through the BMCS implementation. Thank you.
Okay, and then the last response, Chair, is just the economic regulator. So the process is under the Department of Transport, but so it's an independent economic regulator who was appointed, and we consult with industry, airlines, and interested stakeholders, and then the economic regulator determines our tariff. So what's important is that, and the inputs into our tariff is, of course, our cost, and also importantly, our new project program. So we've put forward a program, and we are now waiting for the outcome, which will include our new tariffs for the next 5 years. And it's a 5, and we review the permission every 5 years. It can be opened after year 3, but it's normally runs on a 5-year cycle.
Thank you very much. Members and so our guests joining us here today, I'm going to propose that we take a 10-minute break. It's been a lot of information, and I know we could all probably use the comfort break right now. So if we could please be back here by 20 past 10, or 21 past 10, to be fair, and then we will start with Transport's presentation. Okay, thank you, everyone. And there's more food and fresh percolated coffee outside, so please help yourselves. to Transport for their presentation. Okay, but we don't have.
Thank you. We'll proceed with our presentation. Mwekezi will be on the platform.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no, apologies. I see that I've confused the agenda a little bit here. It's actually Home Affairs opportunity currently, so we'll hand over to our colleagues at Home Affairs.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning to yourself and to the members and everyone present. We arranged that the Secretariat would flight it, Chair. So.
All right, we'll just wait until that's flighted and then you can begin.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, Chair. Mwekezi here from Department of Transport.
Apologies, sir. I've confused the agenda slightly, and we're actually going to start with Home Affairs, but we're just waiting for that to be flighted. Although, if everybody's comfortable and has a copy of the Home Affairs presentation, then we can continue with the hard copies that we have, and then continue. And then once it's flighted, just continue as per normal. Is that in order?
Noted, Chair. I had lost the network, so I didn't hear when you restarted the meeting. Thank you. I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, members online, are you happy for us to start with Home Affairs while we wait for it to be flighted? Okay, let's proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Yusuf Simons from the Department of Home Affairs. I'm also the project lead for Operation Vulundlela. We'll get to Operation Vulundlela. It's a project by the presidency, which I'm currently leading. It's in the presentation, Chair. The presentation today, the committee wanted us to speak about the remote work visa, but we've included some further information as well that we think it's relevant to the tourism industry and for those in the room. So I'll talk about briefly about the mandate. We'll share some statistics, Chair. These stats, and we heard earlier, there is statistics here from tourism, from MOG, from AXA, etc. We'll see stats from all the ports of entry. Also, there are 72 ports of entry countrywide, so we'll share that stats. We also have tourism stats from Stats SA, which I'm sure this committee is familiar with, but we just want to touch on some of them. Then the e-visa system, which is very key to tourism. The visa exemptions, which is also a key part of tourism, and then we'll end with Operation Vulundlela. I think it would be very interesting for the committee to see what are the recommendations coming from presidency, how to improve the visa regime. So we've included that in here, Chair. It's 26 slides, but I'll try to go a bit fast on some of the slides that the committee might have seen before. It's our third time here. The other two times I presented was virtual, Chair. So today I'm here. You can look me in the eye. And so some of those slides I'll just jump over. Okay, so the first slide, or the third slide now that we're at, and I can see it's being projected now. Yes, if we can go to slide 3, it's just the mandate of the Department of Home Affairs. We facilitate and regulate the movement of people through the ports of entry. We confirm and provide enabling documents for visitors who want to legally reside in South Africa. We then enforce the immigration regulations. So if you become illegal, we will arrest and deport you. And then also we contribute towards realizing a positive skills migration trend into South Africa. The legal framework that we work in, there's 3 pieces of legislation. The main one for us is the Immigration Act of 2002, then the Refugees Act of 1998, and then there's a new act that was promulgated in 2020. It's the Border Management Authority Act, the BMA Act. As Mark has spoken about the BMA Act, they've become a standalone entity now. Chair and members with the commissioner appointed. Commissioner is the same level as the commissioner of SAPS, for example. So it's a standalone entity now. All the different entities then at a port of entry, whether it's Home Affairs, Police, Agriculture, etc., now under one umbrella of the BMA. That's just for interest information. The next slide, Chair, is the movements for the financial year 2022-2023. Per month. This is a calendar year. So you'll see some gaps on the slide, but it's a calendar year. It focuses from 1 April 2022 until the end of March 2023. This is the movement through the ports of entry, Chair. It shows the citizens movements and the foreigner movements. So if I just look at this slide as a summary, and those who can do the maths afterwards, Chair, that if you look at the foreigners alone, because we're talking about tourism, from October, the peak period that Mark spoke about, October 2022 till the end of March 2023, there was 10 million movements from foreigners through the ports of entry, which is about 57%. So 57% of the total foreigner movement, and there's been 18 million foreigners moving through the ports of entry over the last financial year, and 57%, as I indicated, happened in the last half of the year in the peak period. Then, Chair, the next slide is statistics from Stats SA. We are now on slide 5. This just shows what happened over the last 5 years with tourist arrivals into the Republic of South Africa. So, Chair, you can show that in 2019, we peaked at 767,000 movements, tourist movements. And May last year, we were standing at 630,000 movements. So the recorded tourist movements in May 2023 were less than pre-COVID, 16% less, Chair. So it shows that we are really moving towards the pre-COVID levels. There's been a big increase, notably in May 2022 in that year, 122%, and from last year to this year, we increased by 54%. This is just stats that I thought is interesting from Stats SA that I should include, Chair. The next slide shows the tourist arrivals by region. Also interesting one, Chair. So which regions are the biggest contributors to tourist arrivals? That is slide 6 now, Chair. From Africa still contributes the biggest number of tourists, which is 85%. Chair, it's if I get my numbers right, it's 2.59 million. That's from Africa. From overseas abroad, if you can call it outside the continent, then it's 860,000. That is from January till May 2023. You can see the increase, the biggest increase, Chair, from 2022 for the same period to May 2023 in that 1 year period is from Australasia, 154% increase, followed by Asia, 106% increase, Chair. As I indicated, this is not my stats, it's Stats SA. So I'm just bringing it here for interest. So as I indicated, 85% of tourist arrivals is from the African continent. The next slide just breaks down the different continents, Chair. From Africa, who's the leading source markets for tourists from Africa. Leading is Zimbabwe is the number 1, and Mozambique is 2. Zimbabwe has always occupied the first or second spot. It alternates. It's now moved to number 1, Chair. So as can indicate, it indicates the change or the increase from 2022 till 2023. So Zimbabwe, for example, travelers from there increased by 144%. The next highest is Eswatini, which is Swaziland, and then Kenya with 120% increase. That's from the continent, Chair. If we look at the Europe market, if you look at the increase in the Europe market, the top 3 stays the same. It's UK, followed by the USA, and then Germany. Those 3 positions stayed the same from the 2022 till 2023. The biggest increase, as I indicated, is Australia with 144%, and here also Canada Canada has moved up to the 8th place from 10 in 2022, Chair. So this is just how the numbers differ and how they differ year in and year out, Chair. Interesting also to note, India is number 7, used to be number 6, and India is not visa exempt country. So you need a visa to come from India, but India still occupies place number 7. Those are the statistics that I wanted to share with the committee. Now we'll go to the work of Home Affairs, particularly first the e-visa system. The e-visa system, but before I get to the e-visa system, Chair, we're going to talk about the e-visa system. We're going to talk about the visa waivers that we have issued. So when you enter South Africa as a tourist, up to 90-day tourist, you either apply, you go to the mission either to apply for a visa, or you apply online from your home on an e-visa system, or you are visa exempt country like the US. And there's 133 of them countries. So 133 nationals from those countries can just jump on a plane and come here for a visit up to 90 days. So that already, there's no restrictions in them coming to the country. I just wanted to put that up front. Now on the e-visa system, we then moved in 2021 from a manual e-visa where you have to go to a mission to an e-visa system. That was launched in 2021. It's really to facilitate and modernize the visa application process. It's more fluent. It's an easier process. You can apply from the comfort of your home, and you also pay online. That's the benefits of the e-visa system. That's slide 9. Slide 10 then. In 2021, when we launched this, we had 14 countries enrolled. Now, this is a slide this committee has seen before. So we enrolled in 2021, but we had challenges. So in 2021, 2022, in the COVID period, the system wasn't really functional. We had glitches on the system, and it stalled a bit. So much so that in 2022, the department launched another e-visa system, a pilot with Nigeria, to learn lessons and to improve on the e-visa system. So we have currently 2 e-visa systems, one piloted with Nigeria only, where we learned lessons and we then enhanced the current Home Affairs system, but I'll come to that now. So those are the 14 countries we started with. And most notably, you'll find that China is on here, and India is on here, and Nigeria. We started with those huge high volume countries. The minister was saying the other day that China, we started with China because China's population is 30 times more than South Africa's population. So it's a very important market for us. But you'll see from the stats also, China doesn't use the e-visa system. And we'll get to that now when we speak about the use of the e-visa system. So in slide 11 now, so what we've done since we were here the last time, Chair, is we then enhanced the e-visa system. I spoke about the challenges we had. We then had 34 enhancements in 2022 to the e-visa system. It stalled in 2021. We then made enhancements to make it more efficient. It's not perfect now. 2 weeks ago, we had glitches on the system, Chair. So Home Affairs runs on the CETA system network. So when we have challenges in the front line, for example, you struggle with offline, or you can't issue an ID, etc. Same challenges happen on the e-visa system. That's unfortunately like that. It's a system issue. So we had challenges on that because we had upgrades to the passport system and the modernization system. We then appointed 18 additional staff. They're all legally qualified just for the e-visa hub, because it's a commitment we made to the tourist industry is that we're going to look and improve the e-visa hub. So those 18 qualified adjudicators, all they do is they sit in one area. We created a hub and they do e-visa applications. So if you apply, it goes to this group, it doesn't go into the pool of all other applications. It's separate, it's dedicated team that looks at the e-visa system. But as indicated, they're at the mercy of the system that must work. But we'll get to statistics now. So when we enhanced, Chair and members, the e-visa system, we then looked at countries where we have diplomatic relationships with. And that's guided by DIRCO,
from Department of International Relations. They guide us on where do we have international and diplomatic relations with. So we then enhanced and included 20 additional countries. We added them last year, 20 additional countries. So we moved from 14 to 34 now. That's 34 countries is currently on the e-visa system, and there they are mentioned. You can see the top 10 countries indicated there. It's Nigeria, Pakistan, Mexico, India, China, etc. The challenge we have with China and India in particular is that they have group bookings, and this was we had a tourism conference in Sun City about a week or two ago. And one of the issues that was made at the conference by Tourism Council of South Africa was these group bookings, because the e-visa system does not make provision for group bookings. It's individual bookings because we assess individual applications, we verify individual supporting documents. So it's something that we have to look at, particularly China, and also the language barrier. So we have noted the concerns there, but there's still Chinese to apply on the e-visa system, and that's why China is number 5 currently. We are in the process of signing those in green, Cuba and Ghana. We have entered into a visa waiver agreement with those countries. It's not signed yet. That's why they're in green, Chair. Once they sign the visa waiver, they would not need a visa to come to South Africa, and they will be removed from. The first one is the DHA e-visa system, and we take it from August 2021, when the system became functional, up till the 14th of July. We have finalized 31,600 of these applications. We have 892, but that's not a backlog, Chair. With the 18 adjudicators right at the bottom, we receive on average about 100 applications a day. Our capacity for the 18, they can do about 20 applications in one day. With the 18 adjudicators, we can do a capacity of 360. The highest we received in August was 352 applications on one day. So it varies. Some days 100, some days 20, some days it goes up to 350, depending on the need for the e-visa system. On the Nigerian e-visa system that started in August 2022, we have done about 11,678 applications so far. There's only 149 outstanding, but that, as I say, that's just work in progress. So that's the statistics on the e-visa system and how it's been used currently. Then, where do we want to go further with the e-visa system, Chair? The e-visa was not created for visitors only. It was created to facilitate visa skills work into the country. So the e-visa system has the capability to be enhanced to include business, intercompany transfer. Those are workers from major companies abroad who wants to work in South Africa and be transferred to companies in South Africa, and then study visa applications. We are busy with the development to enhance the system so that we move not only from, we have the adjudicators, they have the capacity, we now can move to other visa categories. We will be commencing with testing, and we're looking to start with a pilot by the end of November 2023, Chair. That's what we envisage now with the enhancement for the other categories on the e-visa system. Because we cannot just stay forever as a tourist e-visa, visitors e-visa system. We need to look at the economy. We need to look at students. We need to look at skills to be brought into the country. One of the key developments that we're also currently underway investigating and trying to develop in our IT unit is a tracking system, Chair. I think this is very important. When we met with the Minister of Tourism last week and about a month ago, it was clear that the applicants on the e-visa system need to know they booked their flights, they booked their accommodation, they need to know in what stage is my e-visa currently. So the tracking mechanism or system is very important. That's being developed now, and we're looking at by the end of the financial year. It's a systems upgrade, Chair. So it's not something simple that you need to develop, because every time you go into the system and you upgrade and you bring enhancements, it affects other parts of the system. So we need to be careful before we just roll out and then it impacts on normal e-visa applications. So we're looking at that tracking system that you can then track your application where it is. Currently, how it happens is you apply for an e-visa, you wait. So about turnaround time is about 5 days, but I know they can do it in 1 day if the documents are verified and we are certain that there's no fraudulent documents included. You can do it on the same day within hours as well. Because the moment it's adjudicated, 2 minutes later, email is sent to the applicant to say, print out this email, jump on the plane and arrive in South Africa. We'll scan in the e-visa and it's on the system. It's all electronic. That's where we need to go, Chair, because the paper one, the one they stick in your passport, there's a lot of fraudulent activities that happen with that. The trend is to go to a electronic e-visa that's on the system that immigration can see, and you come just with the barcode that we can read on the e-visa system. Now, Chair, as part of communication, and when we met with tourism DG as well, is there's a commitment that they would assist us because we are way under capacity with the number of e-visa applications that we receive, that they would assist us with communicating the use of the e-visa system. Chair, so we do it through we have a Foreign Office Coordination Desk. We have bilateral discussions with the missions. It's on our website. We work through DIRCO, through notables to communicate this. And once we have finalized the business and study visa processes and the platform for the e-visa is then enhanced, we will then accordingly also work through DIRCO on that communication, Chair. Now, Chair, the next item we've brought here, but there's been some countries that we've added to the visa. We're talking now visa exemptions. This is someone, as I indicated, doesn't require a visa, can come to South Africa at any time for up to 90 days. You can also extend it after the 90 days, so maximum period is about 6 months that you can be in the country as a normal visitor to the country. So it's the Minister of Home Affairs has the discretion to waive visa requirements, Chair. This is on advice from DIRCO, of course, and DIRCO will approach Home Affairs and say, let's enter into visa agreement with particular countries. There is some requirements that needs to be met before you enter into visa waiver agreements with countries, Chair. It's what's in the interest of South Africa first, our development, Chair. It's about security issues, which is the main thing. Because Minister indicated, or what's clear and what tourism industry understands is that security matters influences the tourist industry as much as it will harm the country. So it's very important that we maintain the security level of whoever comes into the country. We always say in Home Affairs is that we want as many people as possible to come to South Africa, and we want to facilitate that, but it must be the right people. Because we find also a lot of wrong people trying to come in, and we need to protect the country and sovereignty, because any security issue in the country affects tourism directly. So it's important that we maintain that balance, and that's taken into consideration when we do visa waiver agreements. Let me also say that it's normally reciprocal, but it's not always like that. We know, for example, the US, we need a visa to go there, but they can come here for those 90 days. The UK, the same. Last year, we signed a visa waiver with Saudi Arabia, Chair, but we understood that it cannot be reciprocal because they have Mecca there, and you can't just not. They manage the inflow into Saudi, so we understood that, but we need the Saudis to come here to spend their money, Chair. So you look at that in terms of the economy and what works for the country. So the next slide, which is slide 17, for the members, just to have a look at, these are the continents we have, and these are the number of countries where we have visa waiver agreements with. If I just take Africa, for example, 36 countries on the continent are visa-free. They can come to South Africa without a visa, and there's 54 countries on Africa. So 36 is a huge portion already on that. And so there's the number. If you add them up, it's 133, Chair. So these countries, as I indicated, so if you add these countries and you add the 34 countries that's on an e-visa platform, Chair. Those are countries we have diplomatic relations with. So any country that's we have diplomatic relations with, you don't need to go to the visa. Nothing prevents you from coming here. You can either apply on an e-visa or you are visa exempt. So that's what we tried to do since last year till now, and this is where we are. The stats is a bit different, Chair, because there's for example, Kenya we've signed now, and they in June, they're now part of the visa waiver countries that's there. Uganda will probably come next year in January. They will also be part of the e-visa, the visa waiving countries. So this continuously can change as we get requests. The next slide you've seen, Chair, it's on the map. The green just shows where we have visa waivers. So you can see the whole of North America, it's visa waived. You can see that we've made some since the last meeting. We were here on the 3rd of May. Some of the reds have become green, Chair, particularly the Kenya one now. Then let me go to Operation Vulundlela. And this is, let me say, Chair, that this is closely tracked by the presidency. On Wednesday, we were there at Union Buildings. Every quarter, we do it, they call it a stock take meeting. It was a third stock take since the president announced it in the State of the Nation address in 2022. So we then go there and evaluate what's our performance and whether we are implementing the recommendations from the presidency. This is, yesterday I only sent this to Ms. Adams yesterday because I came back, we came back from the meeting and then had to update it. So the new information is in this presentation from Wednesday, Chair. So the presidency, Vulundlela is basically there to review the visa regime and to make it easier for foreigners to travel to South Africa, particularly the work visa, and to attract skills, the work visa regime, and to enable economic growth and improve efficiency of issuing of permits. So even the presidency acknowledged this thing, and the president stepped in and said, Home Affairs, we are concerned about this, but these are your recommendations. And there were 8 recommendations. 4 are process recommendations and 4 are policy recommendations. So the process recommendations, let me start there, Chair. We are now on slide 20. Is the first recommendation is streamline requirements for the adjudication process. Streamline this administrative burden you put on persons to apply for a visa to South Africa. So the first thing is what we have already done. They recommended the radiology report should be removed. That has been done, Chair. Completed. It's been removed on 12 April. It will be gazetted in the regulations that we received their legal opinion on. Maybe let me just pause on this one because I mentioned the regulations, Chair. In project management, they say the critical path determines whether the project will fail or whether we'll meet the timelines. Now, the critical path for Vulundlela is the regulations, the immigration regulations that needs to be amended, because you cannot implement any visa or any reforms until it's gazetted, promulgated, signed off, published, the regulations. You amended that. Now, to amend the regulations, there's a process as well. To amend legislation takes up to 5 years, the act. To amend regulations is a bit quicker because it can be signed off by minister, it can be promulgated, and you can do it in about 6 months or so instead of the 5 years. So we thought that instead of going the legislation route, let's redraft the regulations and then see whether we can do this shorter, quicker time than waiting for an act of parliament. So, but to do that, you have to go through the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. You draft your regulations, you put in there what you want to change. It then goes for a legal opinion. All regulations go there. So we then submitted that, Chair. And when we came here in May, or was it before May, Chair, on the remote work visa, and we'll get to that one now. The remote work visa or the nomad visa can only come alive once the regulations have been promulgated. Now, we then submitted to Oxley in June. It came back in August. So it took longer than what we expected. But some of the recommendations and the legal opinion said we couldn't do certain or implement certain of certain of the recommendations of what we wanted to do. We then went for a second legal opinion also, just to find out whether, because our legal team felt that certain things we can do. So we got that as well, Chair. But like our legal team says, it's better to take your time, do proper research, get proper legal opinions than to publish, and then you end up in court with applications against you. So that's the route that we decided on. So let me continue now. When I talk OXLA, I talk about the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, and that is about the regulations. That is the critical path. Once the regulations are published, everything in this report becomes operational, implementable, Chair. So the first one we did was remove requirements for radiology report. That we did through instruction from the minister. Minister has the authority to waive certain requirements. He did that. 12 April. So when you apply now, you don't need to submit a radiology report. That was one of the stumbling blocks because there's huge backlogs with radiology reports. It's a scarcity in South Africa as well. So applicants struggle to get that. So we don't need that anymore. The second one was the registration with a professional body. It says here, presidency said remove the requirement. Now, we differed on this one, Chair, because our view was that for an engineer to practice, yes, there is a qualification. And we can say it's an engineer, you started to be an engineer. But the Engineering Council of South Africa, you must be registered there before you issue the visa. That was our point. Because if you build a bridge and that bridge collapsed, who issued the visa? There would be answers, questions asked, and we need to answer that. So we felt, let's put it in. One of the concerns was from applicants and business and critical skills and general work is they wait long for this from the professional body. So one of what we then recommended in the regulations is that if you have proof that you've applied, but you haven't been issued a certificate, we'll issue a 12 months visa. Once you have that certificate, so you can come, you can work, you wait for that, you have proof. Once you get the certificate, we can then do a renewal application for the duration of your stay here, for the 5 years. So we're giving a relief for those who are waiting for this certificate. If you have proof, then we'll give you 1 year. So that's a relief that's currently not there. Now, if you apply without the certificate, we just reject. So now we say you can apply, give us proof, and then we will do a renewal after that. The third recommendation on streamlining documentation was police clearance certificate, Chair. Now in the Act, in the regulations, what was indicated, and this was also a hindrance, particularly for probably retired, financially independent persons, from the age of 18, Chair, the requirement is from the age of 18, every country that you've been in for more than 1 year, just 1 year, you have to have a police clearance certificate if you apply for a visa. So if you're about 50, you want to come, or 60, you have enough money, you want to come retire here, but you've lived in 12 countries for more than a year, which is quite likely. You'll have to have 12 police clearances from every country. And that was also a hindrance. We have changed that now, that only for the last 5 years, not from the age of 80. Last 5 years, every country you've been in for more than 1 year, you need a police clearance. If you haven't been in a country for more than 1 year, you just need a police clearance from your home country. That's all. So this is also a big relief. That's done. It's completed. It's there now. And also we had some positive feedback on that. That's on Vulundlela. Another one that Vulundlela, the team of presidency identified, Chair, and I think Mark spoke about BMCA, etc., the biometric border management system, movement control system. They recognize in Home Affairs that our systems are not modernized. This should not be news to anyone in the room. I think the minister has spoken. We've been to Parliament many times about the offline systems are not working. It's not integrated. So presidency is also assisting us in this. We put it as progress because the presidency is committing to assist us in dealing with the CETA, in this regard, to give us some relief so that we can go to outside service providers as well. But we have signed as a department a MOU with CSIR to modernize our DHA system. So that is what we're currently doing to run test a system and to modernize the systems that we currently have, Chair. So this is in progress. It's not a short-term project. To modernize systems takes money and comes over a period of time. The third recommendation, and this was important from us, Chair, because the presidency and treasury is part of this Vulundlela team. They recognize that we need to expand the human resource capacity in the immigration branch. Now, Mark spoke about Cape Town Airport. Our Tambo Airport would say the same thing. Land borders would say the same. The permitting unit that we have has got about 39 adjudicators, Chair. The UK alone has 6 hubs, and every hub has more than 100 of adjudicators dealing with their visas. We have 39 that deals with probably 100,000 visa applications a year, 20-something thousand permanent resident applications a year. We have the e-visa system we are running. We have visa waiver applications and many of the work that we have to do. So part of this key for this report as well is the capacity to issue these visas. And because the presidency treasury has understood this, if we can capacitate and we can issue critical skills business visas quicker, the economic growth that comes from these visas is we haven't even measured it properly now. When we were at the investment conference, for example, Chair, a lot of the businesses asked that we look at this particular area. They're willing to invest in the country, but we need a visa regime that's capacitated, that can issue these visas on time and not build up backlogs. Just on the backlogs, Chair, the backlogs we have is not on critical skills of business or general work that we currently have. We were in Parliament on Tuesday, and the reports are on PMG. So whoever wants to look at that, PMG reports. The backlog is on 60 or 70% is on spouse of South Africans or permanent residents or relatives. It's not short-term visitors or critical skills or business, etc. So that's where the backlog is currently on temporary visas. So there is a recognition that if you want to fully implement, when we want to implement a new the nomad visa, or remote work visa, it's a system you require, it's staff you require. You need a dedicated team like we have for the e-visa to fast track those nomad visa applications, Chair. We have submitted a 3-year plan. The Treasury asked for a 1-year plan, which we gave in the 11th of August. On Tuesday, Treasury was Wednesday. They were in the meeting. The head in the presidency and Treasury are now discussing how to fund this Vulundlela report by appointing more staff, which will also have spin-off for the tourist industry. Chair. The next one was on the Employment Services of South Africa database. This one, just for the members, it's when you apply for a general work visa, the Department of Labor looks on the employment, the ESSA database, services database, to see if there's any unemployed South Africans, a database of unemployed South Africans. If there's any unemployed South African on the list that can do the job that this foreigner is applying for. If there is a South African, they're not going to recommend. If there's no South African that can do the job, they will recommend we issue a visa. Now, this list is outdated because when we looked at it from the presidency, you need to have an updated list. So if a person was unemployed 5 years ago, but since have a job today, and the person has not informed Labor Department, sorry, take me off the list, I'm now employed, the list will still have that occupancy as we have a South African here. So it needs to be frequently updated. It's very important for us to issue general work visas, because it's a negative recommendation from Department of Labor. Department of Home Affairs won't even, we will approve unless you have negative security clearance, etc., etc. But that's an important database, and that the presidency is engaging directly with the Department of Labor. That's why we say complete, Chair, because it's not Home Affairs that can make an impact there. The next one that's important for this committee is the critical skills list. So the Minister, every 4 years of Home Affairs, publish a critical skills list of all the skills required for this country at a particular period in time. Now, one of the recommendations is we need to enhance it more frequently and updated. So what has since happened, Chair, in August 2022, we updated the critical skills list. We have just received a request from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to include veterinarian occupations in the critical skills list. That will be done before the end of September. It's now with the Minister, Chair. Once the Minister signs, we'll publish an updated one. So the list becomes no longer every 4 years. It's a live list that we call. It's alive. So when we get requests, we can update this list. What will also be included here, Chair, and I think there was a recommendation to introduce a trusted employer scheme. A trusted employer scheme is where we then enter into agreement with business. Those who have pledged at investment conferences, your big businesses, employers that need skills in the country very quickly. I remember last year we had Ford. Ford came to us and said the new Ford Ranger, they want to launch it in South Africa, but needed about 300 visas in a short space of time. Now you need that trusted employer scheme to sit with Ford and make the process much easier. Trusted in the sense that the responsibility that the documents that they're submitting is not fraudulent you put with the employer. It's a trust relationship you have that you submit the documents, we fast track the application. If there's misrepresentation, part of the agreement is that there will be consequences, penalties for those businesses. The biggest penalty for a business when we met with them is not whether you fine us 2 million, but whether you blacklist us, whether our reputational damage for submitting fraudulent documents. So when we included this in the regulations, Chair and members, OXLA, Office of Chief State Law Advisor, did not support. They indicated that we do not have empowering provision in the law, in the Act, to include it in the regulations. So if it's not in the Act, you can't include it in the regulations. So, but they made a recommendation that we can still include it as part of operations. We have a unit called Corporate Accounts Unit, deals with large business. So we are now in the process of incorporating this. We're still running it, not through the regulations, but through operations. And it will be gazetted in the middle of October. The requirements for big business. Some of the requirements would be, have you invested in South Africa? How big is your business? Your contribution to GDP, etc. So once we have them on board, gazetted, they will apply to become part of that. They will then go into this trusted employer scheme, dedicated staff, fast-track visa applications so that they can bring their workers and their skills into the country much quicker than currently. So that is for us key. We'll do it outside the regulations, Chair. The next one was a very interesting one, is a points-based system. Points-based system is used in countries, many countries. The UK one is popular. That if you don't meet as a general worker or critical skills, certain points, and the points can be your education, your qualification, your salary, your fit as a South African, the languages you speak, etc. If you don't meet a certain threshold of points, you cannot apply for a general work visa. You won't fit that, it won't be approved because of that's the priority or that we give you because you meet a certain threshold for points. Now, we then looked at it. We included that in as part of our white paper for the next 3 years when we roll out the new immigration legislation. But we have now included it in the regulations, Chair. The second legal opinion. The OXLA was not clear whether it can be included or not. We were concerned that it's not in the Act, but we received a second legal opinion that indicated that it can be included. So we have included it here, Chair, as part of the regulations. But it's a substantive change to the policy we currently have in adjudication. We have included it. We'll see the outcome from OXLA when we redraft the regulations and send it back to them. But it's one thing that's also going to assist to fast track work visa applications in particular, Chair. And also you get sort of, now these are general workers that's going to contribute more to the economy because of the threshold, the high threshold that they occupy in the points-based system. Then, Chair, the last One is what the committee has asked us to come for, and I didn't deliberately put it as last year. It's just regulation recommendation 8. It's the last recommendation from Vulundlela, is to create and introduce 2 new visa categories. The one we call a remote worker visa, and the second one is a startup visa. So the remote work visa, I'm sure the committee knows what it is. We included that in the draft regulations to Oxla. They supported it, Chair. That's the good news. When it came back, it supported. We can then go ahead and implement the remote work visa when the regulations are promulgated. So that has been done. The one outstanding point with the second one, before I get to the outstanding point. So there's a go ahead with the remote work visa. Nothing stands in our way. We can do it. As I say, critical path regulations. The second one on the startup visa. Startup visa, the intention was if there's any entrepreneur out there, I use the Bill Gates, a young Bill Gates example, who want to come and set up Microsoft in South Africa, doesn't have funding, just have ideas, that we then issue a visa startup for 5 years for this potential, entrepreneur. That's a startup visa. Oxla did not support it included in the regulations because they indicated that it's already covered in the normal business visa. Now, in normal business visa, if you apply today, there's 2 categories. The one is says that you must invest in a current business. Secondly, you intend to establish a business. So the state law advisor recommended that we include it in the second part for you to intend to establish a business. So we met with DTIC. We're setting criteria for that so that a startup can still come on the current business, but will give you the requirements. Probably the minimum investment is 5 million, but that will be in the requirements. So for us, that's also a green light, Chair. We can move with that one under the current existing regulations. Then the last outstanding point, Chair would know that Chair wrote to the Minister, and the one point we indicated was the tax implications on the remote work visa. So we've written to the Commissioner, our DG, to the Commissioner of SARS in August on the tax implications. We also received a legal opinion on the tax implications, which we are forwarding to them to say this is already, we can't prescribe to SARS what to tax and what not to tax. But we can at least say there's some opinion from some attorney here. Have a look at it. Whether they consider or not, that's out of our hands. Chair. The DG also engaged the SARS commissioner on the 20th, on Wednesday, Chair. He committed that in writing he will put the SARS position forward. But he indicated there's no tax policy that deals with remote work yet, so they need to consider it. So, Chair, we have engaged, but it doesn't impact on whether we implement or not, because the key one is the promulgation of the regulations, Chair. Now, when that happens, and because we're doing substantive changes to the regulations, we have to go for public comment. We were given a option, but let me come to the last page on that one. Minister were given an option that we are not obliged to go for public comment. Chair, once you go for public comment, it takes another 30 days. You must consider the inputs, etc., etc. But now that we looked at the substantive changes we're making to the regulations, if you don't go for public comment, our legal team has indicated that you run the risk of being challenged, and that will even delay things further. So rather, just be patient, go the public comment route, and then once you promulgate, you have at least consulted widely. So that is the stance we're taking, Chair. So just the last, as the way forward, Chair, the last slide is that we have redrafted the regulations, as I indicated, by the end of September, by next week. We're taking it to our minister on the 26th. By the end of September, we will resubmit it to Oxla, because that's the way you have to do. You have to just follow these steps. Whether it will delay or not, you have to go through with that. But we indicated that the second part, it's more quicker than the first part. So they're looking at 2 weeks for them to come back, because they're just going to look at the areas we redrafted the regulations on. Secondly, and these next 3 bullets are important, Chair, because that's when, after regulations are implemented, you need this in place. So we've already developed this in anticipation that once we promulgate regulations, when we need to operationalize, we'll be ready. The first one is the checklist for requirements. Now, when you apply, anyone who's going to apply then for remote work visa will go on the internet and need to look at what's the requirements, what's the threshold, what salary must I have, what sector must I work in, etc., etc. So that we've developed. We've also amended the second bullet, the forms. Now, with the regulations, in government, we have lots of forms that you have to complete. So we had to then amend all these forms to align to the regulations that we amended. So we have done that as well. So when you send to Oxla, you not only send the redrafted regulations, you send the redrafted forms as well. So we've done that. The next one is the requirements for the startup visa as well as the remote work visa. Now, a person must know for a startup, what is the requirements? What must I submit? Must I have a police clearance? Must I have a certification? Must I have this and this and that? Also for us is a remote work visa, Chair. That will be in the requirements is a person might not come alone. You might bring your wife, you might bring your husband, you might bring your children. So what visas do they come on? And that's also included in the requirements. So you have to look at that as well. Then the next one, the fourth bullet, is the MOU for Trusted Employer Scheme. This is the one where we want to say, business, don't complain about visas anymore. Once we implement this, basically, you have the power to fast track your own visas. We are just there as a trust relationship to speed up the process. But that MOU, that once you have misled government, the department, and you brought in a person with fraudulent documents, that MOU will put the consequences in for businesses there. Then the last bullet I already spoke about, Chair, that we've decided we have to go for public comment because there's substantive changes to the regulations. And I think that's the best way to avoid, as I say, ending up in court with challenges on these regulations. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sorry if I went over my time.
No, thank you very much for the presentation, the very detailed presentation. We do appreciate it. With that, I don't know if there are any further comments you'd like to make. Or okay, members will open up for questions. I do see a hand from member Brankes and member Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, through you. Shukran, and thank you very much, Mr. Yusuf. Mr. Yusuf, Simon. Thank you very much for that most enlightening and very informative presentation. And I can hear by the way that you have presented, and many of the other presenters also, that you have done some very extensive research and preparation in presenting your work today. There's one or two areas that I would like to touch on. The first being the Saudi Arabia negotiations in terms of waiving the visa system between South Africa and Saudi Arabia. If you can just get an update on that, how far are we, in which part of, is there any developments or in the forecast going ahead, if there's any developments? I know that DIRCO has put some structures in place, and they've appointed Mr. Ibrahim Rasool also to do some negotiations in terms of the Hajj and the Umrah, what do you call it, relationships between Saudi Arabia and South Africa. So if I can just get an update on how far the negotiations is between South Africa and Saudi Arabia, for that matter. There's many other countries that I see also that that needs to apply for a visa to come to South Africa. In particular, I see India is also one of those countries. We see a lot of Indians here in South Africa, people from India and from the subcontinent, and So it looks like for them coming to South Africa is fairly easy to apply for a visa to come to South Africa, but they still require a visa. So if I can also, if there is anything in the pipeline for the particular country, India, for their visas also to be waived between South Africa and India, if there's any developments in that regard also. And one other aspect that I want to focus on is that EXA, as like Mark has presented, they work very closely with the department DDAT in terms of learners given opportunity to work with EXA, and in particular the Cape Town International Airport. So how does Home Affairs see projects like that, going forward, to work more closely with DDAT in giving opportunity to learners to come into Home Affairs also, and to also explore their different departments. And like I've said previously, we have an organization here today with us in the meeting. They would also be very encouraged, if they hear that their learners, that is working very closely with them in the agricultural sector, if they could get opportunities also to engage with Home Affairs locally here in Cape Town and explore their departments and learn more about how their departments work. Yeah, if we can get an indication from Home Affairs, if that is possible, going forward, working closely with DDAT and giving learners that opportunity also. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Member Mvimbi? Member
Thank you
Mvimbi?
very much, Chairperson. Can you hear me, Chairperson?
Yes, you're audible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the department for such a very enlightening and a very informative and comprehensive presentation. It's very helpful to us, especially who has very limited interaction with the national government, as we know that the issue of Home Affairs is a national competence. So we are always grateful when we have opportunities like this that we can interact with the department from the national government, especially on this critical issue of visas. But what was interesting is that in the slide, you have highlighted that the biggest number of tourists in Africa are coming from Zimbabwe. Now, I don't know whether is it people who did they come and register through Home Affairs that they are coming to tour the country as tourists, or do you also regard those who also come as asylum seekers and also who are also refugees as well? Are they also included in that figure? Obviously, I will always welcome that fellow Africans come to South Africa as tourists. I think that should be one of the market we should be actually be targeting as South Africa. And obviously do the same as well before we can tour outside of the country. We start in Africa. But I really want to find out whether, is it really, the figure is quite high. Is it really tourist, or you are regarding them as tourists because they register, they coming to tour the country, or is it those that are also refugees, also asylum seekers and others? That just really struck my interest on that one. The other one is on the issue you've mentioned regarding work visas or work permits, and the issue of skills, that you first consider whether is the skill in South Africa or we don't have that skill. I think it's common knowledge that most African visitors who come, workers who come to work in South Africa, most of them are domestic workers, or even others work even as gardeners as well. Is that a scarce skill? Do you actually, how do you mean, there are a lot of foreigners who do come to work in South Africa either as gardeners, other as domestic workers. Have you actually been able to check on that as well? The last one that I want to check, my question I have on the issue of permits. You spend a lot of time talking about the issues of visas and e-visas that the Home Affairs is actually rendering. I just want to check whether I find it strange that you would not mention the private services that are being rendered by some private companies in order to give this service. Like there's a company called VFS that renders this. What role does it play versus your role? Because sometimes when people will come to us and approach us for this thing, we'll always refer them to Home Affairs. But then they will tell us, no, even at Home Affairs, they will refer to this private company. What is the role really of Home Affairs versus this, the role of this private company? And if that company itself got some backlog, how do you deal with the backlog that that particular company has? Maybe at our next meeting, when we are meeting with you, it will be interesting that we can also have maybe a specific a presentation on the role of that company that is actually having. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I recognize Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation, and also to my colleague, Honourable Mvimbi, who has really touched on a number of the questions that I wanted to ask. Thank you for that. Chair, the first thing that I just would like to say is what I really appreciate, and I'm quite excited to hear that, is that the Department of Home Affairs realised their important role in the economy, and particularly in the tourism industry. And that what I picked up from the presentation is that they have that sense of responsibility, and that they are really trying their best to support the South African economy through their work. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for engaging with big corporate clients, with investors in South Africa, people that employ thousands of South Africans, and trying to build up relationships with those entities. So thank you very much for that. Chair, also on the issue of the, perhaps if I can interrupt myself, my impression is that the whole concept of a visa was started because you don't first want to say to somebody who's standing at your border, sorry, you're not welcome as an entrant into my country, and that you would be able to buy a little bit of time to be able to screen somebody's history, etc., and the reason why that person wants to come and visit your country, and that there may be some unwanted people. And perhaps I could just get an affirmation whether my understanding of the role of a visa is correct. The second one is then just on the problems experienced with SITA, the State Information and Technology Agency. Chair, I think we're all aware of that, and I think perhaps it's something for us as a committee to also consider as a resolution going forward, because so many of even our work in the province is being influenced by this agency, and unfortunately it seems to me as if they are still struggling. Then just thirdly, on the issue of the numbers and the very sharp increase in numbers, and the Honourable Mvimbi has referred, for example, the number of visitors from Zimbabwe. It has been a number of years since I've entered our country via the Beitbridge border control. But at the time, I was surprised by the number of people who came to South Africa, for example, just for a day or two to come and do shopping. And I've been wondering, if you could just expand on the statistics, and I think that's what the Honourable Mvimbi also wanted to ask, in terms of your statistics of are these multiple entries, etc., And then secondly, the very sharp increase, the almost doubling of numbers from the comparative period for last year and for the period up to, it seems to me, the end of May of this year. Perhaps if you could just explain that to us. And then, Chair, in terms of the e-visa and that specialized unit that looks at the e-visa applications, and the backlog, which doesn't seem to be that big. If you think that, on average, they have about 100 applications, it seems to me then that the average turnaround time must be just over 1 working day. But perhaps if you could just give us that indication, because I think there could be like can I call it a time analysis? Some visa cases might require a week to consider because, some inquiries may be made into the background of those visitors, whereas I presume that the bulk of the applications could be approved quite quickly. It comes in, you type the ID number or whatever into your computer, all the green flags go up, and that e-visa can be issued. And then lastly, on the e-visa application system, perhaps if we could just ask, we're now running 2 parallel systems, if I'm not mistaken. Has the second system proven to be so much better than the first, so that do you envisage that the second system will eventually replace, and that the first trial that you've run will become a redundant system? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member. Also, just again want to say thank you to our Home Affairs colleagues for the presentation today. I think, as you can probably anticipate, I want to ask about the remote working visas. And I think I just want to understand the timeline and make sure that I'm understanding it correctly. So when we last had you in our committee, we'd asked by when will this process be finalized, and at what point can we really start to roll out the remote working visa? And the communication I'd received was June of this year. But then, of course, the letter from the minister was received indicating that there was a need for more public participation and legal opinions. However, I do recall at the time when I initially requested that date, I did ask, will this time of June be sufficient for the public participation and legal opinions needed? So I'd like to just understand how those timelines did shift. And then just moving forward, so in order to bring this remote working visa into fruition, am I correct in understanding that firstly, the checklist for the digital nomad or the remote working visa needs to be signed off by IMS and the legal services? And if so, by when? Then secondly, the amendment of forms by legal services that needs to be submitted with the amended document to Oxler. Thirdly, that there needs to be public comment. If so, by when? And how will that be done? Will it be like public participation, or are you just going to gazette it and ask for input? Fourthly, does that then mean that the redrafted immigration regulations need to be submitted to Oxler on the 30th of September for certification? And then when does it come into effect? So does it come into effect on the 30th? Or is that at a later date? If you could please provide me with that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Your questions was very fast at the end, but but it's okay. I think it speaks to the way forward. So we'll just ask to put that slide up when we come to address the question from you, Chair. Okay. Yeah. So let me go with the first question from Honourable Member Brancais. Member Mr. Brancais, the Saudi visa, what I indicated is that we deal with the visa waiver from the Home Affairs side once we engage with DIRCO. So when we said the reasons given why it can't be reciprocal was understood by the government. to understand that there's a need for the Saudi government to, what is the word, to manage the number of visitors at a particular time to Saudi Arabia, which we understood and that we not signed. The question you ask about Mr. Rasool and Durko, it's not with the Department of Home Affairs. So unfortunately, I cannot respond to that. I know that the previous Minister of Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Ms. Fatima Chauhan, is also part of that task team. But I really can't respond to you on that part of the visa waiver. That's with the Department of Durko on that regard. On India, the difficulty with visa waiver is, as we indicated, is what's in the interests of South Africa, not only in terms of tourism, but in terms of security and all of that as well. So when we do sit and we look at India or China for the visa waiver, because it's part of BRICS as well, it does, like the minister indicated, doesn't mean that if you're part of BRICS that we should enter in the visa waiver. It's not about that. It's about security of the country. It's about what we can manage as a country as well. And it's about our discussions with the Department of Foreign International Relations, with State Security Agency, with other role players. So that question is frequently asked. The department at this stage have not received that request either from Durko for us to go and sit and look at this visa waiver with India at the moment. There's just other role players that has a say on whether we can enter into this. It's not only the sole decision by the Minister of Home Affairs. There's a lot of consultation in that regard. In terms of learners, we have learnership programs and interns, so we can engage with the department, as you said. If we can get the contact details, we're always open to look at that. We're now in a recruitment drive in the whole of the department as well. So we look at a cadet program that we have, a learnership program. So if we can get those details, we can certainly engage with them. But we would be always open to work with learners for their development and to allow them to gain the experience as well within the Home Affairs Department. I said up front that I'm putting the statistics there, but it's Stats SA statistics. It's not statistics from the Department of Home Affairs, and I put it there as an interest for the members to see. So the question you ask also is, when somebody enters into the country, they don't register with the Department of Home Affairs as a tourist. Now with Zimbabwe, for example, there is a visa waiver up to 90 days. So Zimbabweans can enter up to 90 days as visitors and leave. And we also know that with border communities, there are frequent travelers. Person might travel twice a day across the border or 10 times a week. So without requiring a visa. So whether they are tourists or refugees, in those numbers that I presented there or put up there, I made the note it's with Stats SA. And I cannot talk about statistics from Stats SA. It comes from a report from Stats SA that I just put up there for the committee to note. So if you want to go deeper into the numbers and the tourists, etc., the committee will probably have to engage with Stats SA on that stats. I just put it there as sort of a taster, Chair, to say, this is what the trend has been from 2022 to 2023 for the committee to note. But it aligns with the stats that we also had in the Home Affairs stats from the movement control systems in that regard. When it comes to the work permits and critical skills, what I indicated is it's not whether you have the right skill, it's whether there's a South African who can do the job that you apply for. That's a general work visa. Now, domestic workers and gardeners and those occupancies, we don't issue work visas for that because they are South Africans. Once they have to apply for Department of Labor for recommendation, and we don't issue visas for those. Those categories and those persons are most probably here as asylum seekers in the country, or they're on special dispensations, like we have with the Zimbabweans and the Lesotho nationals. We have 2 special dispensations signed between the 2 countries. but there's that there are sufficient South Africans to perform those jobs. So we don't, as I indicated, those also doesn't fall under critical skills. Domestic worker is not on the critical skills list. The critical skills list has the skills identified by Department of Education, DTIC. It's a combination of that. And as you say, that is definitely not a critical skill in South Africa. The private companies, Honorable Mbimbi, VFS stands for Visa Facilitation Service. So all they do is they take in applications on behalf of Department of Home Affairs. They send it to the Department of Home Affairs. We adjudicate it. We give the outcome. We send it back to VFS, and you collect your application there. They do not do adjudication. They're like a, lack of a better word, a post office, you could say. They take in application, send it to Home Affairs. It's the contact point with the client. Home Affairs sends the visa back to VFS. They hand it over to the client. They don't make decisions on behalf of Home Affairs. They don't adjudicate on behalf of Home Affairs. So it's just an agency that performs the application process and collection process for Home Affairs. So they also do not have backlogs. They would have uncollected visas, yes. That's what they would have. A person applies, leaves the country without collecting a visa for whatever reason. So they would not have backlogs in adjudication. They just perform that particular role. Then Honorable Member van der Westhuizen, the visa screening, you are actually spot on. You apply for a visa, every country protects their sovereignty. So when you apply for a visa, it's just a permission. Once you're issued with a visa outside, it just gives you, it doesn't give you entry into the country. It just allows you to report to an immigration officer when you arrive at the port of entry. That's all it does. At the port of entry, an immigration officer might refuse you and can refuse you entry, even though you have a visa. If they look at a typical example, a month ago or so, 67 Pakistanis arrived at OR Tambo Airport, all with visas, all on the same plane, but they were all refused. Because when we looked and we did interviews, the places they indicated that they were going to stay doesn't exist. Some of them didn't even have a place to stay, etc. So a visa is just, as I say, it's an opportunity for you to report at the immigration officer. Now, the screening of a visa happens firstly in a foreign mission. So our border starts at the foreign mission abroad. When you then get onto the plane or you get to the airport, that's the second line. Then they assess, they interview you. Once you then go through and the security checks are done, then you are entered and the visa becomes valid. So that's how a visa works worldwide. So as to protect ourselves as well. Now we have an advanced passenger processing system with the airlines now as well. So if you have a visa from a mission, you get onto a plane, but you are now on a Interpol list. The airline will prevent you from boarding as well. Or you're a criminal, wanted criminal. They can also refuse you to get onto the plane, even from where you want to board. So all these checks are in place to protect our country. So as I indicated, doesn't give you permission to enter the country, just permission to report, and an interview and the verification of your documents still happen at the port of entry. So you were right, Honorable van der Westhuizen, on the screening part. The increase of travelers from 2022 till 2023, that was, as I indicated, it's from Stats SA. There's a remarkable increase. I think the purpose is just to show that, for me to bring it here, to show to this committee that the number of travelers, particularly foreigners, to South Africa has increased, and we're getting closer to the pre-COVID years. That was information sharing over the 5-year period from 2018 till 2023. And it guides us in the work we're doing and more work that we have to do in the tourism environment, and us as Home Affairs contributing to tourism, but also economic development and bringing business on board. On the e-visa system, you're right, Honorable Member van der Westhuizen, there's no backlog. That stats is from 14 July. The turnaround time for an e-visa is normally 5 days. But what we have found, and it came from the tourism conference we had a week ago as well, is that the owners of guest houses are complaining that travelers book a place in a guest house. As soon as the visa is issued and they arrive here, they cancel. They actually don't turn up at the guest house. So, and this is part of what the 67 Pakistan nationals also did. So for us now, because the e-visa system, there's some abuse taking place. Unfortunately, as I indicated, we want as many people to come, but the right people. So unfortunately, we'll have to verify documents. Now, we verify with the guest houses here, but even if you verify, once you're here, you can cancel at any time. So even bank accounts, money is, you get the bank statements, they submit when they apply, when they enter the country, the money is no longer there. So we had to ramp up on our verification and our screening of e-visas, which have affected our turnaround time for the e-visa. But we look at certain countries. We know the high-risk countries, so we do more verification in the high-risk country as well. So for us, we can issue it in one day if it's clear. If the foreign mission gives us a go-ahead because they verify the bank statements, that's for us always a key one. The bank statements is in the foreign country, so you need to get access to the bank statements in the foreign country. We verify where you're going to stay here. So all of that impacts on the turnaround time. But the system can issue within a day if the documents are credible and immediately verified, we can issue it. Then if I can get to the questions of the chair. Chair, yes, we came here. I don't know when we came, when we said June. I don't know when was it in the beginning of the year or was it in somewhere like that? Now, we then redrafted our legal head of one of our colleagues, advocate, drafted the regulations. It went to the legal section. They looked at it, Chair, but to write regulations is also a skill, a particular skill, a drafting skill of regulations. You need to, I've learned that a capital is just not a capital. Underlining on a bold of a letter is just means something else when you draft it. So we drafted, and that took a bit more time to draft it and get it correct. And once we sent it on the 10th of June. We could finally send it to Oxley, because it will have to go through before you send it to Oxley, it goes through the processes in Home Affairs and the DG. So unfortunately, I think we had delays in that regard because of the complexities that we received in June, and then we received it 2 months later from Oxley, and when we received it from Oxley in August. Then we had to redraft the regulations again, and the second legal opinion we got, and we had to redraft certain parts as well, particularly the points-based system, particularly the trusted employer scheme that we had to take out now. So I think that caused the delays, Chair. And maybe you could say we were ambitious. If all things being equal, we felt that we could still do public 30-day public consultation in May, and then consider that in June, and then have it signed off by the end of June. But I've also learned that in the legal processes you ask, and when a attorney or one of the advocates ask a particular question, or even Oxley, you just have to do a more deep dive and get the information and have it correctly drafted. So that's where we are with that. We are now, what we are saying is that the regulations will go back to Oxley by the 30th of September. It's been redrafted. Yesterday, on Wednesday, we met with the presidency. They've asked us to do certain amendments again, but that was the final round of consultation with presidency. So all the legal opinions, the input from presidency is now in the regulations, redrafted ones. By 30th September, it will go to Oxley. Now, then we need to wait for Oxley to come back. The process would be Oxley to come back, and we don't know whether they're going to accept all the changes we've made, whether they're going to accept particularly the points-based system, Chair, because as I indicated before, this was on a second legal opinion. They might not support that legal opinion and then come back to us. Then after it comes back, the process is then it needs to go to the minister. Minister needs to consult and look at the regulations that we have drafted. Once the minister has okayed it, then it goes for public comments, gazetted for public comment for 30 days. It can't be quicker than 30 days. So when the 30 days will start, Chair, I'm not so sure sitting here now, because there are dependencies. Oxley has one dependency. And so 30 days, and then after we look at the comments from the public, the minister might accept the public comments, make changes, might not accept it. I don't know what the outcome would be, what public comment we'll get. Then the minister can promulgate. Chair, I'm sitting here and I'm not sure when the promulgation would be. Because if I put in a date to the committee again now, you will ask me the same question you asked about June. And I've learned my lesson once. So I'm just skeptical to say put a date there, because we have political principles. There's processes we must follow in the Department of Home Affairs. There's sign-offs on certain documents. So, Chair, what I can say is that you're asking this question. The presidency asked it even harder and harsher, because for them, the State of the Nation address comes next year. The president must make an announcement on this. So the pressure's on us. It's in Minister's Performance Agreement as well, Chair. So it's not like we are not doing anything about it, because 26, it goes back to our minister. We must give progress here. And he's going to ask the same question that the Chair is asking. So everyone is asking the same question, is when. And Chair, I'm not giving a straight answer, but it's just some of the pressures we're under. So you're watching us, presidency is watching us, and the minister is watching us on this, Chair. So on the checklist that has been done, and it's by the 30th of September. That will go with the regulations. On the requirements was drafted. There's certain things that we need to look at. The one thing, for example, once the tax implication comes back, we will have a better idea. But these requirements will be ready when it's promulgated. When public comment is done, when minister signs off and it's promulgated, it will be ready. There's this minor, when it says here, under consideration by immigration and legal services, we already met on this these two requirements. I actually have it with me, Chair. When I was with the presidency on Wednesday and they asked a question, I could look at the requirements and tell them about that requirement on registration with professional bodies, for example, was the question. So that has been done. The MOU has also been done. So even though there's no time frame there, Chair, that will coincide with the promulgation. It must coincide with the promulgation of the regulations. Otherwise, minister can't promulgate. So no, it's part of the regulations. It's once the regulations. You can't publish the regulations on a nomad visa and then publish another regulation for something else, Chair. It's one package, and that's the critical path one, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarity. I have a much better understanding now. And it does sound like you are under a heck of a lot of pressure. Having said that, I do appreciate the hard work that is being done on this and the transparency. I mean, you could have chosen not to come today and it would have been frustrating, but in any case, you still decided to come and brief us. And it's great to see the work that you're doing as well with the presidency and giving us this very timeous feedback. Because, you know, it creates more trust, more accountability, and it's what everybody's here for today. So members, I would like to propose no further questions at this point. If there are, maybe we can submit them in writing. If you'd like to take a body break, you can indicate so, or we can move on to the next slide. Any preferences? Okay. Okay. All right, so let's reconvene at 12. I know that some individuals will have to leave, but we'll proceed with transport at 12. Sorry? Okay. We'll proceed at 12:05 then. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for your attendance today. Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll see you 12:05. Thanks, everyone.
afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a very long morning. I will try to do my best to deliver this presentation. In any case, it's not a long presentation. It's about 13 slides, but you reduce 2 slides, which is the cover page and the thank you slides. So you have about 11 slides. So it's not a long presentation. The brief that the department received with regard to the interest by the committee is to know and understand the measures taken to address the backlog in the tourism operating licenses, particularly in the Western Cape. This presentation is from the backdrop that, if I remember quite well, we had delivered a similar progress update presentation around May this year. So it was quite recent. So we will try and give you as much information as possible with the latest information that we have before us, Chair. In terms of the contents of the presentation, we're looking at, next slide, please. Thank you for that. In terms of the contents of the presentation, it's really 3 items. It's the background, the operating license update, and interventions undertaken to deal with issues of the backlog and processing of operating licenses, and other initiatives that have been put in place to make sure that this backlog problem does not recur. And then we conclude with the presentation. Next slide, please. I think upfront, we would like to state that as the department, we acknowledge the critical role that the tourism industry plays with regard to economic growth and economic development, especially with regard to job creation. That has been a consistent acknowledgement from the department, which is then has led to the fact that the department had to participate in various engagements or discussions with industry stakeholders as well as sector departments to ensure that we assist tourism transport operators. So an example of which I have highlighted earlier on is an engagement that we had at this forum in May 2023, and a subsequent letter that the department received from this committee, and the department responded in August 2023. And the letter, together with this presentation, will highlight key initiatives that the department has undertaken to address the backlog and challenges experienced by tour transport operators in the country, including the operators in the Western Cape. Next slide, please. In terms of the operating license update and interventions, number 1, it's the backlog issue. We would like to state upfront that the backlog that was identified in June 2022, which totaled 1,014 applications, has been considered and cleared by the National Public Transport Regulator. As we speak now, Chair, we are not having a backlog. I will talk to the current numbers that we have. Maybe let me pause there to share some numbers with the current applications that have been received by the National Public Transport Regulator for the committee to digest. Between July and September 2023, we have received 459 applications. Of those applications, 448 have been approved, which is about 98%, and 2%, which is 10 applications, were not approved. The main reasons of not approving those 10 applications, in the main, its applications are refused, which relates to vehicle particulars which have been submitted with the applications, which had operating license as we speak currently, Chair. So that's the main reason that led to the refusal of the approval of the applications, which totals 10. Chair, we would like to provide an indication to the committee that the remaining challenge that we have, and we have had last year as well, it's the slow upliftment of the approved operating licenses by operators. With the numbers that I've given to say that 459 applications were received and a total of 448 was approved, which is about 98%. Only 52 applications, which is 11%, have been uplifted or issued. So this problem is with us again, where operators do actually apply, but do not come and uplift or do not come and collect their applications. We accept that most of the applications are approved with the conditions that some of which must submit recent documentations. So upon submitting those, then applications will be issued. So this is the only challenge we have, and we have had in the previous cycle, Chair. And this is an area that we need to address. Look, then before the slide before this one, we're still on 2.1. Thank you. So, Chair, we would want to indicate that some operators have responded and uplifted, whilst others have still not uplifted. The remaining approved applications will be cancelled. This statement talks to the 1,014 applications which were approved last year, of which around 600 were collected, and around 400 or so applications were not uplifted. And according to the legislative framework that is provided by the National Land Transport Act of 2009, it says that applicants are given 30 days to uplift their operating licenses. And further to that, the applicants may then request a further 30 days to uplift. In real terms, applicants have about 60 days to uplift their operating license applications. If they don't, then it remains with the National Public Transport Regulator to then process the cancellation of those applications, which we are as yet to do that exercise. Over and above this availability of the time frame for people to uplift, what then the NPTR do is basically communicate with the respective applicants to remind them before the 30 days expires to come and uplift. And failure to do that, obviously, we then indicate to them that the applications will be cancelled, Chair. So the major issue which you can take out of this slide, it's the slow upliftment of approved operating licenses. Next slide, please. The second most important intervention that has been put in place is the fact that the minister has appointed new members of the NPTR committee, and this committee is comprised of 5 designated officials of the department who are appointed on a part-time basis for a period of not exceeding 12 months or until the National Land Transport Amendment Bill is signed into law, which is currently before the Parliament. And then the third bullet says the committee has since commenced with the adjudication of applications and holds 2 adjudication meetings per month, and to minimize delays and ensure that the backlog does not repeat itself. Just to motivate for this bullet point, I would like to indicate that as of June, there were 2 meetings held by the NPTR committee for 2 days, which was on the 25th and 26th of July. In August, there were 2 meetings held, but for a 4-day period. The first 2 days was on the 15th and 16th of August. The second 2 days was on the 29th and 30th of August. And recently, on the 15th and 16th of September, there was a meeting, which was a 2-day meeting. So really, in real terms, there was about 4 sessions held. This demonstrates one of the problems that emanated before, where the NPTR committee was not sitting on a consistent basis. So therefore, this demonstrated that there's stability, there's certainty, and there's consistency by the NPTR committee to meet and make sure that it processes its applications so that the backlog does not reoccur. Chair. Next slide, please. Another intervention that is at the tail end of the process, which the department has appointed, which we have indicated in the last meeting, the service provider to finalize the stages of the redesigning of the National Land Transport Information System. This system will, among others, be web-based enabled and have an SMS notification feature to update operators on the status of their applications in order to further simplify the operating license processes. This is a modernization system that is being put in place. And in terms of timelines, we had earmarked to have this system around 18 August, but now the timeline is that the system should be rolled out by the end of this month, Chair. As we speak today, a training with potential users from the National Public Transport Regulator is undergoing today, Chair, to make sure that they demonstrate the system and the system is user-friendly to the users so that it can be rolled out as anticipated by the end of this month, Chair. Next slide. In the first presentation, Chair, there was a point raised by the first presentation around whether the moratorium still exists that basically desist law enforcement agencies from harassing the tour operators or from impounding the tour operators' vehicles. We would like to indicate that that instrument was parked on the basis of the fact that the backlog was cleared. However, an instrument that was put in place, which was approved by MINMEC in April 2023, was to basically communicate the regulation 25.2 of the National Land Transport Regulation of 2009. And this regulation basically helps for tour operators not to be harassed by law enforcement agencies in respective provinces. So the minister has issued the signed letters of the resolution of the MINMEC about the implementation of this regulation in June 2023. And this has also been communicated to respective law enforcement agencies. And really, the letter basically seeks to interpret the provisions of Regulation 25.2, which then ensures that the law enforcement officers desist from harassing operators and impounding vehicles whose operators have rightfully applied for renewals, which is specific for renewals, Chair. Next slide, please. I have indicated that the current NPTR committee has been meeting on a consistent basis, which has given stability to the processing of applications for tour operating licenses. And I've highlighted a number of meetings that have been held to make sure that delays are minimized and to make sure that applications are finalized. But as I indicated earlier on, we still have a problem of operators not uplifting their applications as indicated earlier. Secondly, the department is working alongside Parliament or with Parliament towards considering and finalizing the National Land Amendment Bill that will enable the appointment of the full-time NPTR committee. So we will not have this annual appointments or on a part-time basis as well. So we'll have a permanent body that will consistently adjudicate the applications for operating licenses. So we can't wait for this bill to be assented by the President. Thank you. Next slide, please. Then in terms of other initiatives, we have also embarked on a process of simplifying the processes. The first initiative is around the draft regulations that have been drafted in terms of the amendments of the National Land Transport Regulations. And this is being finalized by the department. And the aim of these regulations is to close the gaps that have been identified on the current legislation. And paramount to that, the amendments will assist in the simplifying of operating license processes and procedures. And together with that, the redesign of the National Land Transport Information System will further simplify the process in having an automated system that will improve communication, efficiency, and turnaround times to finalize applications for operating licenses. Next slide, please. In view of having identified the challenge of slow upliftment or less collection of operating license, we then entered into a relationship with the associations such as TBSA and SATSA, wherein national workshops were conducted basically to create a forum for provincial applicants, operators to come to the National Public Transport Regulator in the presence of TBSA and SASA to make queries with respect to outstanding applications. And that was not so much a success with respect to improving the numbers of upliftment, but it was a success with regard to creating a platform for operators to make queries and check the status of their operating licenses. There has been ongoing engagements with the presidency, particularly from the Operation Vulindlela team, and specifically the unit that deals with red tape reduction and the industry itself. And in the 3 meetings we've held, which the first one was in June, the second one was in August, and the third one was on the 14th of September, there was an agreement that there would be an on-site visit by the technical committee members, particularly the red tape unit, as well as the industry players. And that on-site visit will basically try to understand the process flow that is being undertaken by the NPTR to process an application from being received to its end or to its adjudication process. And secondly, that on-site visit will then get a demonstration of the system that will be put in place to process application instead of doing it manually. So this planned on-site visit, it's planned to be on the 18th of October this year, Chair. So we hope that one of the outcomes of the on-site visit would probably to identify the challenges that might, or that indicates that there's a slowness of processing of operating license applications. And if there is a need of re-engineering that process flow, then the technical team will then suggest the way in which that can be improved going forward, Chair. Next slide. One of the most important interventions but also what we are proposing is that we should consider placing and sharing NPTR documentations, such as requirements and applications forms, at your offices or in your website, or a hyperlink should be created by the Department of Western Cape website to make it easier for operators to access information. Next slide, please. In conclusion, Chair, as a sector department with a mandate that supports and enables the growth and development of tourism, the Department of Transport remains committed to the efforts and implementation of the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan, as well as the Tourism Sector Recovery Plan. Our continuous engagements and collaborative work with the industry will equip operators with the required knowledge and minimize the submission of incomplete application, and does improve the turnaround times for processing of applications. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate the detailed presentation provided. And I must say, it seems like we've come a long way since our first engagement when we were at odds when it came to the backlog. So it's great to see that some of the backlog has been addressed. I hear the concerns particularly regarding upliftment, and I agree that raising awareness is absolutely essential. Reason being is that even today, when I continue to engage with those who work within this space, they say that they still are waiting for their for their operating license to come through. And I think that does speak to a lack of awareness around the processes, who can they contact, how can they follow up, because it seems that people get lost throughout this process. So improving awareness is absolutely key. With that, I just want to see members, are there any questions or any hands? None online and none in person. All right, I have some questions that I would like to put through. My first question is, or suggestion, I guess, is in terms of the amendments to the land or the National Land Transport Regulation amendments, how exactly does this aim to address gaps in legislation for operating licenses or operating license processes? How does it aim to make it more simple? And the reason I ask this is because many within the space have come forward to say, why can't temporary permits be used while waiting for tourist operating licenses so that they can avoid impoundment? Or other suggestions include standardizing the operating license, because it's very difficult for traffic officers to look at the various let's call them templates of these operating licenses and determine which one is legitimate and which one isn't. Other recommendations were also, for example, allowing for, what is this term? Charter operating licenses to be used instead of waiting for these permits because of the backlog there. So just to simplify the question, how does the legislation actually aim to make it easier? And then my next question is, in terms of the NPTR committee, how were they appointed? What sort of skills were you looking for? And what was the process there? And I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Can I come in, Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay, I will start with the latter question, which is the process as well as the skills that were looked at when appointing the NPTR committee. When you go through the legislation, it specifically says that the committee members must be officials or designated officials from the Department of Transport. And these must have knowledge and experience with regard to the transport sector. These must have knowledge with regard to the public transport. Thirdly, the requirement relates to the legal expertise that these members should have. And really the broad spectrum of their skills and knowledge around those three areas: the knowledge of the transport sector broadly, the knowledge of the public transport sector specifically, and the legal expertise with regard to in the main processing of licenses and understanding of the licensing regime. Those are the three main areas of skills and knowledge that were looked at in the department. Obviously, a number of years of experience. It's a generic requirement in the sector itself, and the process that the minister had followed in the main would be to handpick, because the law itself currently, as we speak, it does not determine a particular process to be followed beyond the fact that it says that designated officials of the department should be appointed. So the minister then in the department then handpicked experienced and relevant officials, and a total of 5 consistently changes as each year passes, and those people will then be co-opted to work as committee members on a part-time basis. But what then the National Land Transport Act Amendment Bill proposes, hopefully it will be endorsed. It's a permanent body that will be comprises of independent people from outside the department, and a specific process will be followed, which is a normal board appointment process that will be followed. So really that's the feedback I could give you with respect to that second question. With your suggestions around standardization of operating licenses and possibly considering the charter operating license and so forth, it is open for discussions, because when we looked at the required immediate output or intervention, was the standard operating procedure that we needed to develop. And we have since developed a standard operating procedure that has to be followed by both the provincial regulatory entities as well as the NPTR. And obviously, with the advent of what has happened recently with Western Cape in terms of the taxi violence and empowerment and so forth, the department is hard at work at looking at ways in which it would standardize the operating license conditions so that these are then nationally informed as guideline instruments to be followed by provincial regulatory entities. It would be amiss for me to advise that we should follow the approach of issuing chartered operating licenses as a quick mechanism, because it has unintended consequences. One of the unintended consequences, which aligns itself with the fact that we needed to move away from considering the moratorium, was the fact that the industry will be flooded by not so required operators in the industry. You would find that this will give an opportunity to traditional taxi operators to flood the industry, which will make it difficult to manage it. So we don't think it would be a best option to go the route of the chartered operating license, but it doesn't mean we should not consider that. In the regulations that we have already publicized, and we're looking at moving forward because we haven't received much comments, and this regulations in terms of the consultation process, we've allowed SATSA as well as TPSA to make inputs so that they shape the form and in which they should be articulated going forward, because this is really an opportunity to improve the environment. But one key area of work that the regulations are doing is to get rid of the requirements that have been put in place and are not required by law. So we are trying to take a long list of the checklist and reduce it to a bare minimum in such a way that it makes it easier for operating license to apply and as part of the requirements, Chair. I think I will stop there, but obviously we note the fact that you're making these suggestions for considerations going forward. And obviously I will share this with the colleagues for discussions, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sukuda. I just want to check in and see if members have any questions at this point. I see no questions. If you'll indulge me with just one last question. We are close approaching the high tourism season, and that is the core reason for today's meeting. And so the concern that I have received from a lot of people within this industry is that if not taxis, or if tourism transport operators continue to do their business, transport individuals, and continue to be impounded and operate with the scrutiny that they are operating under, what measures can be taken to alleviate this? Because the ultimate concern is that this creates a really bad impression on our tourists when a vehicle is impounded or the driver is harassed by law enforcement because simply they're just waiting for their license to come through, but they have applied. So I know that's a bit wordy, but I mean, to put it more simply, how can we make it easier for people operating in this space so that they can transport people safely and make the tourist feel safe as well when they are traveling in our country, so that it doesn't damage the reputation? Thank you.
Chair, I think I need to be honest with respect to new applications. It will then be difficult to put a dispensation in which you allow those new applicants to operate, because there are a number of things that needs to be in place for an operator to operate, like a roadworthy vehicle, driver's license, for example, and if, for example, you assume that Mwekete has applied and has all of these requirements, and you are provide a dispensation that on the basis of the fact that you have applied and you have an application number and a receipt, you can operate. We will be creating an environment wherein the same tourist who would be complaining when the law enforcers are actually confiscating their vehicles on the basis of the fact that they don't have operating license would be complaining on the basis of the fact that they are being driven by, for example, people who don't have necessary documentations, people who are driving vehicles which are unroadworthy, and so forth. But specifically for applicants who are applying for renewals, it is therefore easier because those people have had an operating license and they are only looking for a renewal operating license, and therefore you know the history of that individual applicant, and it therefore makes it easier to apply Regulation 25.2, which we have been communicating to various provinces and law enforcement officers to implement, Chair. So as much as I would want to assist with respect to new applicant, but it may create unintended consequences, both for the same customers as well as for the country. I understand the fact that people would want to operate, but we need to do that in a legal form way, Chair. So, you know, I don't know whether I'm helping you, but in short, Chair, in terms of renewal applications, we think it's covered, Chair, because we have a good history and we have a good grasp of the operators that would be transporting tourists. But in terms of new applications, it then makes it difficult and dicey for us to create a dispensation for those. Because I, as Mweketi, having no experience with transporting tourists, I can apply, then get any other vehicle that I would want to use, or it's in my hands to use to transport tourists because of the dispensation that has been created. You don't want to allow that situation. But what you then raising to me, which is most important, and you have raised in the last session, not the last session, the session we had this time last year, wherein we're going towards the a hectic season or a season where it is like a tourism season. So therefore, there is a need for a consistent sitting of the NPTR committee that has been planned going forward, Chair, that there would be going forward, there will be another meeting 26. We're planning another meeting 26 to 29, which is next week. Then we're planning to have other meetings in October and November to cater for the festive season that is coming, that will then create a situation where it is necessary and important, we then process the applications that have been before the NPTR committee, Chair. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sukudu. I think I have a lot of ideas and suggestions, but this is probably not the platform for that. And so maybe in resolutions that we'll go through, perhaps we can write to the NPTR as a committee, to that committee, just to talk about some of the issues, concerns, and suggestions that we have, but also to get more information from them in terms of their proposed amendments. And I do hear the point that you haven't received as much feedback on the amendments as was anticipated, but perhaps it's an opportunity for us to feedback as well. Members, if there are no further questions, I would
Chair.
like to... Yes?
Chair, before you close, on your suggestion, is it possible that you could, at your level, you could have, as much as you would write to the NPTR committee, probably maybe one of the things you contemplating is a one-on-one meeting, so that you engage on these matters, because the to and fro letters, the message might be lost in between. If it is possible from your side, you could basically write and request a meeting, and these matters are then engaged at an operational level, not at this level, at a detail level as well, with the committee that has been appointed, Chair. That's the proposal I would want to make. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great suggestion. Definitely something to look at. Thank you so much. All right, members, any last questions? Okay, I see none. Thank you very much, Mr. Sukuda. Thank you, everyone from Transport, and thank you to all the officials who've joined us here today. I know it's been a marathon, and it has been a lot of information, but I think it's been very helpful for us in just understanding how prepared we are going into the next season. So I really, really do appreciate everybody's contribution here today. Members, I know that it's been a very, very long sitting. And so what I would propose is that if you could please just email or WhatsApp through your resolutions, you can put it on our WhatsApp group, and then we can just agree on it from there. Member Mvimbi, I don't think you're on our WhatsApp group, but you're just welcome to send it to either myself or Zahida, and then we'll put it in there as well for consideration. That way we can just give everyone a bit of a mental break and an opportunity to enjoy the long weekend. Okay, with that, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.